All right. I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Board of Education to order. Madam Superintendent, roll call.
Member Jean?
Here.
Member Kayada? Here. Member Benjamin? Here. Member Rhodes?
Present.
Member Ibarra?
Here. We have a quorum. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 4 speakers signed up for 3.4.
Excellent.
Dr. Manuel Guillot, followed by Kevin Smith-Fagan, then Rachel Rios, and Manuel Pickett.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I represent, I'm the Executive Director of United Latinos, and I'm here in support of the Maple Center, the La Familia Maple Center, and thank you for a lot of support for them already, so I won't repeat that. So I just encourage you to vote in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Smith-Fagan. I serve as Executive Director for Fairytale Town, and we run a program, the Sacramento Adventure Playground, at the Maple site as a partner with La Familia. And I'm here to speak in support of the sale by the district of the Maple site to La Familia. As you know, the district has had no use for Maple for over a decade, and it's cost a lot of money in upkeep and insurance. Meantime, it has found new life, wonderful new life, under the guidance of La Familia with life-changing programs for children and families, of which our Adventure Playground is one. Tonight, we have an agreed-upon price. And the sooner that we can complete the sale, the sooner that La Familia and its partners, like Sacramento Adventure Playground, 916 Inc., the sooner we can all start investing in Maple and bolster the service to children and families that is already flourishing. There's so much more that we can do. Thank you for voting yes tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and school board members. I know you have a lot of complex issues on your agenda today, so we're going to keep this short. We just want to say thank you and hope that you will consider and vote yes for the item regarding the Maple Center. We know this is a clear decision that will support the school district and La Familia's goals, all of our goals, in terms of strengthening communities and being able to be good partners to help our children and families. So thank you so much for your consideration. This is our team. Anybody else want to say yes?
Yes. I just wanted to add, I'm Catalina Renteria, and I'm with La Familia too. I just wanted to add that there's a lot of anxiety with our, partners, with our participants, with the community that we serve, and all of the programs that we have at the school. And so, the sooner that we can, have a decision, I think that everybody will kind of have a better time. So, thank you.
Hi, I'm Doreen Rose. I know you guys have seen us a lot here, and while we love to be here, I'm sure you're probably going to be very happy when we don't keep showing up. And we decided not to bring all the community out tonight, but I know because you guys have heard how important Maple is to the community. So we're really, we see the finish line, and it's been a long 11 years, and we're really looking forward to the next future with Maple.
I trust that you're going to make the right decision for your families and for our families, for our community tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
One speaker remaining, Manuel Pickett.
I have a lot to say, so I'm going to read it. I am Dr. Manuel Pickett from the Latino Parallel School Board. I am here in support of full ownership of Maple Elementary School by La Familia Counseling Center. Not too long ago, the community in this area used to be considered one of the most underrepresented communities in Sacramento until La Familia moved into Maple Elementary School and opened its facilities to the community, offering much-needed programs and services. This facility was turned into the heartbeat of the community, its pride, its hope. La Familia worked diligently to try and meet the needs of this community. This is why ownership is so important. Let me explain. I'm sure everyone here probably owns their own home, a place where you can make changes to meet the needs of the people who live there. You can add rooms, you can put in swimming pools, you can change the landscaping of those who live there. For those of you who rent, you're forced to live as is, regardless of your needs. This is the point exactly, and this is what prevents La Familia from expanding these programs further. Right now, the community in Maple School are very concerned and very afraid of losing Maple School. And the main reason is because of the social political atmosphere of the country. Educational and social programs are being cut, left and right. They are afraid that this will impact Maple School. Ownership will put these fears to sleep. That's how important your decision is today. These families are in your district. Their children are the ones you're here to serve. Do the right thing, please. Give ownership of Maple School to La Familia Counseling Center. They deserve this, and they're very much of this decision on your part. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. We will adjourn to closed session. You ready? Okay. All right. I'm going to call this meeting back into open session. I want to start by thanking you all for your patience. We had a lot of important conversations that we did not want rushed, so we really appreciate your patience. It's getting real. All right. I'd like to start with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone, please stand. To what? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One day.
Algún día.
And our broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel, on the Comcast and DirecTV U-verse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Monday, February 9th at 12 p.m. and Wednesday, February 11th at 12 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/metrocable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for our stellar students, introduced by Board Member Kayada.
Okay, we've got a full room tonight, and that's a great time for us to start this meeting as we should, which is with our students. Tonight, we will be recognizing 10 students from Caroline Wendell Elementary School in Greenhaven and on Greenhaven. These students were selected by their principal, Ryan, and teachers as exemplifying what's great about the school. I'm going to list their names, and then we'll have everyone come up, and then we will go ahead and take a picture. Everyone, yeah, you're welcome to come up now. Okay, so we're going to go starting in first grade and going all the way up. So the first student actually is out of town tonight, but I wanted to make sure we recognize them. This is Jace, and Jace started this year not knowing his letter sounds and experiencing speech challenges. But since then, he's learned his sounds, is beginning to blend words, and his speech has greatly improved. He's made impressive progress in a short amount of time. Next, we have Arce in second grade. Arce began the year with limited letter sound knowledge and speech concerns. He now knows all his sounds and is moving toward grade level. He's able to decode words and is working on improving fluency. He has shown great improvement in a short amount of time. Mustafa is in grade 2. He's made great progress in a short amount of time, progressing from struggling with letter sound recall to decoding words, and he no longer needs to attend RIT small group. Also in 2nd grade, we have Azar. Azar has already met his year-end DIBELS goals in the middle of the year. Although he is still developing fluency, he is decoding words very well and continuing to work on reading smoothly. In 3rd grade, we have Sky. Sky is now reading more fluently and doing well, and she is no longer receiving RIT group support. In 3rd grade, we have Darush, who has improved his reading level by a whole grade since the start of the year. He can decode words and is now working on improving his fluency. In 4th grade, we've got Jacob. Jacob has improved his reading level by a whole grade level since the start of the year. He can decode words and is working on improving his fluency. 4th grade also, we have Yusuf. Yusuf's improved his reading level by a whole grade since the start of the year. He can decode words and is now working on improving his fluency. Mary in 5th grade has been working hard on her reading and can now decode words accurately. She's even volunteering to read in class, which she has not previously done this year. And finally, in 6th grade, we have Audrey. Audrey has shown outstanding growth in her reading assessments this year and has earned one of the highest scores in the school. You all inspire me. I'm so happy to hear your stories, and let's come down and celebrate. But first, a round of applause.
Great job. Great job. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Yusuf?
Please smile. We're going to take one photo. Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. You didn't hear me say that.
And now for announcements out of closed session.
Good evening, board and community. There are several items to report out of closed session, beginning with item number 3.1, conference with legal counsel. There is a significant exposure to litigation, one item. The board approved that settlement, a sped settlement in closed session. Going to item 3.1B, the board approved the settlement of OAH case number 2025-110306 in closed session. And going to OAH case number 2025-091027, the board approved settlement of that case in closed session. Going to item 3.4, conference with real property negotiators, the board approved in closed session the sale of its property at 3301 37th Avenue and 3200 37th Avenue in Sacramento for the price of $300,000 to La Familia Counseling Center. And going to item 3.5, this is public employment evaluation appointment. Superintendent, in closed session, the board approved by a unanimous vote to approve a voluntary separation agreement with Superintendent Allen. The agreement includes a salary payment of $152,573.64 and a vacation payout of $74,791, and that will be effective this evening.
The board deeply appreciates Superintendent Allen's 30-year legacy of service, a journey that began in the classroom and culminated in the superintendent's office. In 2023, when the board asked her to consider a role she never sought, Superintendent Allen stepped up at that pivotal moment, leading with a rare blend of grace and courage, following her big heart for students, staff, and our community. At this time, both Superintendent Allen and the board believe that creating space for new leadership will best position the district to address and overcome its current challenges. Drawing on her own experiences, Superintendent Allen is following her heart again and is creating space for a transition that can open up new opportunities to tackle the complex issues we face. The impact she has made on our school district is profound. The passion and dedication she has poured into Sac City Unified will continue to resonate throughout our community, and the board is immensely grateful to Superintendent Allen for all she has done and continues to do for our school district. Would you like to share anything?
Thank you. When I accepted this role as superintendent of Sacramento City Unified School District, I was grateful, humbled, honored, and committed to serve alongside our dedicated staff, cabinet, students, families, and the community. It took courage for me to accept the role of being the superintendent, and it's now taking courage for me to let go after 30 years of dedication and service. For decades, I've had the privilege of working alongside professionals who show up every day with dedication and compassion. When I first came to Sac City, I could not have imagined the journey ahead. Together, we have faced challenges, celebrated achievements, embraced change, and remained steadfast in our commitment to one central purpose, doing what is best for students. To our students, past, present, and the future. You have always been my greatest inspiration. Your curiosity, resilience, creativity, and kindness reminds us every day why education matters. Watching our students grow into confident learners and responsible citizens has been the greatest privilege of my career. To our administrators, teachers, and staff, thank you for your unwavering dedication and professionalism. Your passion, talents, and compassion bring learning to life. You have shaped countless lives, often in ways you may never fully realize. This district's success is a direct result of your commitment to excellence. To our families and community members, your trust, support, partnership, and advocacy have been essential. Strong schools are built on strong communities, and I am grateful for the way you have consistently stood beside our students and educators. To our Board of Education, thank you for giving me the opportunity to lead this district. It has been a profound honor to work with each of you. I have learned a lot, and I am grateful. Danielle, I cannot thank you enough. You are responsive, dedicated, thorough, independent, detail-oriented, thoughtful, grateful, and kind, just to name a few. I honor you for the work that you do for this district and board. You are the best board specialist I have ever worked with. Over the past 30 years, we have grown and evolved. We have modernized our facilities, strengthened our programs, embraced innovation, and deepened our commitment to equity and opportunity for every student. None of this happened by chance. It happened because people came together and shared values and common beliefs in the power of public education. These past 3 years, we have demonstrated a commitment to equity-based facilities, the continued commitment to that, improvement, and new school construction. We implemented a multi-tier system of support framework, improved state math and ELA task scores nearly across every racial demographic, raised the cohort graduation rate to 88%, above the pre-COVID level, worked diligently to ensure a student-centered approach to decision-making, and adjusted the academic calendar to align with neighboring districts. That was monumental. This rewarding work has given me so much more than I could have ever given it. I am honored to have had the opportunity to lead this district and its incredible staff, and I am very proud of the accomplishments. While I may be retiring from this role, I will always remain a proud supporter and advocate for our schools. This district will forever be a part of who I am. I would like to take a moment to recognize someone who loves this district as much as I do, and that is Deputy Superintendent Mary Harden-Young. Mary was gracious enough to delay her retirement in service to our district, and Mary, I am incredibly grateful for you. And when you do retire, Mary, I wish you all the best because you deserve it. Joette, I know you're in this building somewhere. I cannot thank you enough for your support during my time here as Deputy Superintendent as well as Superintendent. You are highly skilled, you pay attention to detail, and you love this district. Thank you for going on this journey with me, and I thank you for your 39 years of dedication and service to this district. Again, I just want to say thank you for the memories, for the lessons, for the friendships, and for the trust. And most of all, thank you for 30 extraordinary years. Thank you.
I believe we have another announcement of action taken in closed session.
There is. There's one other item under 3.5. The board took action by unanimous vote in closed session to appoint Consi McArn as interim superintendent, also effective this evening, and approved an interim superintendent contract with an annual base salary of $325,000 with the same work year and fringe benefits as the former superintendent.
We are in the midst of a pivotal chapter for our district yet again. We know that this fiscal crisis is incredibly stressful, and we know that this unexpected transition feels sad and jarring and very uncertain. We are also confident that this is the right moment for us to create opportunities that will move our school district in the direction we all want for our students, staff, and community. The board wanted a partner that knows and respects SCUSD history and can guide our transition to what we need to do to build a better future. That is why we asked Consi McCarn to step in as interim superintendent. Consi McCarn is starting her 30th year with the district this month. She has a passion for and a commitment to our school district, a track record of deep relationships with students, staff, and parents, and an optimistic approach that remains positive even under pressure. She has a willingness to evolve and to rethink the systems that are no longer serving us. She is ready to help us shift our strategies to meet our current fiscal challenges head on. And we believe that her trademark optimism isn't just a personality trait, it is a fuel that will guide our district's transition. I'd like to welcome Consi McCarn to the dais. Would you like to say anything?
Yes, thank you. Wow, get the seat right?
Yes.
Good evening, President Jean, members of the board, colleagues, students, partners, families, and members of the community. I am here before you tonight with deep humility, gratitude, and resolve. With honor, I accept the role of interim superintendent, and I know how much that means to each of us in our various roles, in the time that we are right now, what we have ahead of us, and where we've come from. The district has been my professional home, actually starting my 30th year this month. It's where I began as a classroom teacher, learning every day from students and families and colleagues what it truly means to serve and what it means to serve our district. Over the years, I've had the privilege of growing alongside this district, serving as a support provider, as a BITSA coordinator, human resources director, and in this current role, most recently as the chief of HR and lead negotiator. Each role has shaped my understanding of the system, our people, and our purpose. Because of this journey, I know this district not only from policy and practice, but from lived experience. I know the complexity of our work, the heart of what we have to do, even when it's difficult to do it. The dedication of our staff and all of our staff, our teachers, our administrators, site and central, our classified staff, our classified supervisors, every single staff member area. I know the complexity of the work, the dedication of staff, and the unwavering commitment that it takes to ensure every student is seen, supported, and successful. Thank you again, board, for the confidence you have placed in me. I do not take it lightly. I promise to lead with steadiness, respect, unwavering focus on what matters most, which is our students and the communities that we serve. With this honor and just an overwhelming sense of pride and dedication and everything that we need to move forward, I accept this role and I look forward to continuing this work together. Staff, students, parents, family, board, together. So thank you.
Thank you. While our interim superintendent McCarn steps up to lead, the board will begin a thorough search for a permanent superintendent. Our goal is to ensure the long-term fiscal health of our district and to recommit our focus on the education of our students. We aren't just looking to get through this crisis, we're looking to grow through it. With Interim Superintendent McCarn as a partner, the board is committed to meet these challenges with transparency, collaboration, and a renewed focus on our students. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, we'll slowly come back to order. All right, we'll move on to 6.0, agenda adoption. I believe we have a public comment to agenda adoption.
We do, President Jean. We have one speaker for this topic. It's Terrence Gladney.
Mr. Terrence Gladney, please come on up. Yep.
Sorry.
Welcome. You're speaking to our agenda adoption item.
Yes. First of all, congratulations, Superintendent McCarn, and to Lisa, as well as Mary Hardin Young. They were both at the forefront of my advocacy journey in Sac City back in 2008, 2009, when I was a father at John Cabrillo and really trying to advocate for our scholars there. So I'm deeply appreciative because without that time and space, I would not be here. I want to thank the board. I'm not sure who's directly responsible, but the foresight to move 10.1 and 10.2, they were in 12.0. So to honor the fact that it's centered around scholars and families and to put them on the forefront of the agenda is deeply appreciated. The other thing I noted, though, is that there's an early learning and care update this evening, and it seems to be a pattern of a micro focus on departments and sort of articulating or advocating for individual departments or individual positions. I'm not privy to what you guys are going through in closed session, but I will hope that looking at these two items that have come up last month and this month, that there will be a more comprehensive conversation around departments and positions that are grant funded versus general funded. Because if we do it at this point, then it'll be 2 years down the line before we go through every single department. And I think that that's a much more prudent way to go about assessing where our expenditures are and also whether they have a direct impact on scholars or not. I did not feel, although I've worked with Chamberlain directly and I honor her work, the fact that we're here in the midst of this global crisis and we have an individual representing a micro department in the district advocating for how she's generating revenue or how she's saving revenue is very inappropriate considering the mass tasks that we have in front of us. So I hope that you guys either in closed session or in subcommittee space will look at things that are grant funded and really are not going to move the needle versus those that aren't, but also those that have a direct impact on student outcomes, even though they may not be directly at or tied to a school site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Kayada.
So I would like to move that we adopt the agenda, except that we move item 11.1, which is the fiscal solvency plan, to above item 7.0, so to take place immediately after adoption.
Do you have a second? Are there any other changes or shifts aside from that?
Does anyone want to change what she asked? He asked for 10.1 and 10.2 to go.
No, didn't I did?
So to be clear, we're taking 11.1, the fiscal solvency plan update, and we're moving it above 7.0.
Yes.
And then we would adopt the agenda for all other, okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. We have adopted our agenda with that change. So can we please set up our presentation for our fiscal solvency plan update?
You're shocking everybody tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Jean, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and the Governing Board. Tonight, we're here again to update on the fiscal solvency plan. Uh-oh. There we go. All right, so we're just going to jump right into what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the update of our status. We're going to talk about an update to the actual plan. There was also communication last week that we would be responding to the Sacramento County Office of Education. I had to slow down and I say Alameda. County Office of Education regarding the first interim, and then we'll talk about next steps. So one of the things that I've been able to kind of hear from constituents is, what is happening and how do I explain this narrative of why we're in this place at this point in time. So when we look back at some of the reports that the district has received over time, and you condense down what the narrative is that ultimately we've had expenditures that continue to grow. And in addition to that, as the expenditures grow, there's an indication, this is a quote from the FCMAT report, of potential cash insolvency. And so how in an elevator speech you would say that is ultimately why we're in this place. We are spending more than we earn, and if we continue this trend, we'll run out of cash. So even in the FCMAT report, there's a potential, which means that there is the opportunity for this trajectory to be turned around. And so we can control these things. We do have to have some very serious conversations about our programs and activities, but it is in the district's ability to work through this process. And so we've talked about finding the way forward and finding a pathway to get there. There were concerns as it relates to the last several weeks of where we are now to kind of restate and walk backwards. For me, it was really important to walk backwards in order to go forward, so that we can have a different start as it relates to me being clear about where we've been, and then to work to help support where we're going. And so with that being said, we do have an update regarding the cash flow. So tonight, again, due to time, and I know that there's a very heavy agenda, the cash flow projection, the first interim letter required, and we shared this out last week, that we recalculate the cash flow report and update monthly, and this month using December actuals. So when you look at the cash flow report, and there is a copy of the letter with the revised cash flow in the packet, when you look at the cash flow report from first interim, there are some areas that you can see that looked like we weren't projecting cash. I pointed out to the budget committee, and there will be a report on that one of the lines very specifically was federal revenue. So we talked about some of those whys. I shared in the letter that the district does have a robust tool, but like many Excel-based programs, if you're not familiar with the actual program and how the formulas work, it is very possible for you to not project accurately. So I not only revise the first interim using the first interim data as of that moment in time with some updates to some of the formulas, but then also updated the revised cash. And so at this point, we're looking at the end of June, we would end with $3 million, where previously you reported a negative cash balance. That negative cash is a major trigger. It means, wait a minute, so in addition to your budget, which is what you plan to do, your cash is saying, if you compare that to what you plan to do, if you spend all of it and your revenue comes in the way you're projecting, you'll run out of cash. And so they're two different dynamics, but they definitely are connected. So that ultimately is upside as it relates to where we're going and what we need to do. We'll continue to do this process monthly. There's more to unpack as it relates to the projections, which often are based on your past history. So all school districts do this. You're looking at your past trends, but we definitely have a way forward of updating our report. And then the tool that I use is the FICMAT Projection Pro cash flow, as well as the multi-year projection. It also becomes a good barometer for the district to be able to use to compare. It does the cash flow look like it's moving in the right direction? So this will become a monthly update for the board, but definitely a move in a different direction that we're not reporting negative cash at this time. So this slide just really talks about how we address our spending, which again is related to the budget, what we plan to do and then what we actually do. We have obligations as a school district to make sure that we are paying our expenses. The concern is that, again, we're not earning enough revenue for some of the expenses that we've committed to. And that is the work that we'll need to work through to prioritize. So again, I won't go through this slide, but with that, we're focusing on our current year, 25-26, while we are building the budget for 26-27. As I shared previously, and as a good reminder, in the fiscal solvency plan for 26-27, there was an ask to not only, as far as major things, reduce the administrative positions to 270, and then in addition to that, that all budgets be reduced by 20%. So with that, we just completed, and I really want to thank the budget team, as well as all the department leaders and school sites for completing that process in a very tight timeline, along with human resources and other departments that worked through that in a very tight timeline, because we actually started later than we normally do. I understand that this may be the time that there are tensions that are high, but I really need people to be appreciated and to understand that to do this work, they need to hear that support. They need to hear the support because they are the ones who are going to make sure it happens regardless of what is happening. And so that commitment professionally needs to be acknowledged. And so we want to make sure that we thank and appreciate the teams for what they're done. They're all tired, so they're probably watching versus many of them being present, but definitely want to appreciate them. So with that, the revisions to the fiscal solvency plan include a revised view. So what you're seeing tonight is the continued version of what is more of the financial strategy piece of the list of strategies. What you'll begin to see in the future is an actual full plan, which will include our FICMAT indicators, so we'll be adding that. So you'll be seeing that in the future with a document that looks very different, and eventually we'll be asking the board to adopt it. So there are several elements about how this particular plan looks differently. It basically looks at from and to, how we started and where we're going. So I'm just gonna really get into what the plan looks like looking at the time. Each action is listed. So the original action is listed, as well as if there's a new item, it is indicated currently is new. You also see us reconciling what we projected in this particular first area of $40 million, for instance, that we were going to be able to reduce, and what you're seeing, which is again an update from what we communicated last week, is that currently in this section, we have 12 million, I'm rounding, that we've identified that under budget reductions or transfers or contributions that we can work through. Any of the areas where you see that there's no dollar amount, if you look at the rationale, it begins to discuss why. Some of the areas are still in progress. Some of the areas you'll see there's additional meetings and communication. Some of the areas, it was on the fiscal solvency plan, like attendance recovery, but we don't have a finite strategy or data that we can articulate at this time, but it will be something that we'll continue to put on the list. And some of the items you'll see as we move through, we also note that there's a recommendation perhaps to move it to 26-27 due to the timeline and based on where we are in 25-26, being able to start that work. This second section, we originally projected 12.5 million. This is to reduce expenditures. We've identified 19 million. So one of the questions was asked, do we think that we'll be able to do the items that are now on the revised list? We don't put anything on the list that we can't do. So these numbers all have a source of truth and the math behind it as to how we could do it, to include the second green item I added, which was included in the first interim. Why I added it to this particular fiscal solvency plan is because it was included in your first interim, but not really highlighted as a strategy to use. And so it's important as we're going through all of these things that we're doing, that we're clear about where these strategies are coming from. In addition to that, some of the areas, like the last new item, our supplemental concentration budget has a finite revenue projection that comes from the local control funding formula. When you currently look at the budget, the expenditures are over the projected revenue. That creates a deficit in the unrestricted general fund. So what do you do about that? You rebalance that budget so where it balances to zero. So some of those strategies are balancing budgets, because, for instance, if you have $100 and then you say you're going to spend $120, you're negative 20. That's an example of what that 4.3 million is balancing the budget. And we've talked about the Chromebook, that's more than a viable option. Lastly, just want to point out that when we're showing that an activity is moved, that AFSP means there was amended fiscal solvency plan. There were, at the last board meeting, there was a motion that the board adopted to add additional items. So I'm going to go to one of those items, for instance, the purchase orders, all of that supply-related activity. So I'm going to slide a couple of pages down. And so amended fiscal solvency plan number 4 is freeze all supply purchases, not janitorial, and central office and school sites for the remainder of the fiscal year. That $2.3 million represents what is currently unspent in all department and site budgets. And so the way for us to be able to ultimately restrict that resource would be that we would create an object code that, in this case, would be like probably I haven't figured out the number, the last object code, 49999. We would then adjust the budgets that are in school sites and departments to that object code. That budget would not be available for use by a site or department, and then that is the way ultimately we remove that expenditure from being, and that budget from being utilized. What happens if we have a situation? That's one of the reasons why we still leave it, so that if we need to make an adjustment, we know where the resources are based on where it was originally. And by the end of the year, then ultimately that particular resource would not be available. This would also be something, for instance, in the cash flow that I would make an adjustment to, because I know we've now restricted this resource. So in the cash flow, I would reduce the 4,000 object codes by $2.3 million in this example, because it would not be spent and it's not projected to be spent. So therefore, no cash would exit the district as it relates to this particular activity. Okay. So with that is essentially the various areas of update and how to read this particular update and report. One of the areas that we made to make sure that we are following up on is there was also discussion regarding some specific positions last week that were requested to be added to the budget, and we indicated that they all fall within the 270 remaining positions that currently the district staff has developed for the 26-27 year. The board wanted to review this again this year. So this week, this week. And so we are asking for the board to reconsider this particular area. I've highlighted the position that is of most importance, the Deputy Chief of Schools, as it relates to the Attorney General settlement that the district has, that there is an action required. So if that action that we received tonight is the board's statement about what they're going to do as it relates to that position, or you take action to approve the staff to begin to recruit for that position, we would need to understand that clearly tonight as part of the actions of approving this revised fiscal solvency plan. Lastly, the response to the first interim letter is also included in this packet. The board asked to see that prior to it being sent. And so with that, we already talked about what the deadline was, in addition to what the ask is. And basically, it's a monthly update of the fiscal solvency plan, our strategies that we'll be able to realize, and the progress and updates to the cash flow. We've already talked about what the cash flow balance is. One of the things that I also shared that we absolutely needed to do was at your first interim, the fiscal solvency plan budgeted reductions were included. And so what that did was it reduced ultimately or improved the fund balance, but it ultimately means that if we weren't going to be able to realize, which we've already talked about over the last 2 weeks, some of those items that we weren't going to be able to realize, we need to take them out. And so with that, it modified the ending fund balance from 34 million to 113 million. But if you go back to, and as I move on, I'm gonna skip this slide and come back to it. There was an ask for a fiscal solvency thermometer. And so if you look at that, and there's one here, thank you so much. One here. When you look at the updated plan, and we've identified 43.8 million, so that's 39% of the goal. We are now looking at the true deficit, which was your deficit at first interim. So nothing has changed. It just means that you're seeing the number more properly, so that we know exactly where we should be and where we're going. Some of the areas that we have not addressed, I'm going to slide back a bit, and we're still working on, in addition to the amendment to the fiscal solvency plan, are the purchases and contracts, as well as the areas related to positions and expenditures. So we still are working in this area, which you see why you see several zeros. Some of it, as I shared, in addition to the amendments, are a function of if and how we would deploy these particular areas and what the cost would be. You'll see that as far as the cost avoidance or the savings at your next board meeting. In addition to that, anything related to contracts, there was a item that said, please review, eliminate, it's the green emergency procedures, eliminate all supply and contract budgets not encumbered by January 31st. So we were already in that arc to do that, in addition to looking at all of the other new and existing contract-related expenditures to see where we are. And then that also becomes how we project what upside for 25, 26 we'll be able to yield. There have been contracts, as I shared last week, that have already been communicated to various vendors that would be ending. So we gave some examples, for instance, some that were in business services and other areas that we did discuss. So that work is continuing, and we'll continue to update you on the next plan. Finally, back to the letter. Ultimately, there's the cover letter. This particular graph is a graph that the district has had before. I just added the last column just so everyone can see, once we took the fiscal solvency plan items out, how the first interim budget changed. So it's really just resnapping what your first interim looks like without those modifications and changes. And then lastly, what we're still reviewing, in addition to the areas we're working on, is our restricted resources, as I've also noted before, so that we can see if there is some really good, proper, and compliant opportunities for us to reallocate expenses. We do need to look at our vacancies and that analysis to see what that will yield for us for this year. Because again, if we have vacancies that we're not going to fill or that we haven't filled, then those are expenditures that again would not be not only spent, but cash that would also not expend from the district. We also need to look at our spending trends. And then there's a lot of other non-labor. So that would be all other expenditures that are not related to compensation that we're reviewing as well. And many of those, again, are specific in the fiscal solvency plan and then broader in other areas that we need to review. So with that, our next steps are to complete a lot of the work that I've already repeated that we need to do. So this will be a continuous cycle monthly. Our next update will be February 18th. Now that we have finished budget development, as I mentioned, we're reconciling what information we received from budget development. At this point in time, don't know how close or how far that will get us to addressing 26, 27. but that's where we are in this moment in time to be able to coalesce that. So we should be able to have an estimate or a preliminary adjustment amount for 26, 27. So because of the way February lands, we'd be using the multi-year projection that we just revised with that particular balance, as well as the projected amendments to 25, 26 to say this is what 26, 27 could preliminarily look like based on that information. So with that, I will yield the floor back to you, President Jean, for board deliberation and questions.
With 37 seconds to spare.
I try.
Do we have any public comment?
You betcha. We have a lot.
I'm shocked by this. What is our number?
It's at least 36.
36. All right, so I am going to ask that we keep these speeches to 1 minute so that we can hear everybody.
That's not a choice. Where are you guys at? Are you so serious? That's a practice.
What are you guys' 1 minute? Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute.
1 minute?
We're all on board.
Okay. All right. I have done a quick confer with the board, and we are asking it be 1 minute for each of our speakers. Can we go ahead and get started?
Okay, first speaker, Danny Roletti, followed by Cindy Hollander. Cindy has 2 cards for 2 minutes. She will be followed by Laura Butler, who has 2 cards for 2 minutes.
Good evening. My sentiments capture feelings and emotions that I had felt after last Thursdays, and I know it's a roller coaster ride of updates, so hoping you can understand of where I was coming from after last Thursday's board meeting that I did not attend, but I see some updates. I want to be clear from the onset, I get the severity of our budget crisis, and I'm willing to do my part as a member of non-represented staff. However, I feel there's unfairness about the process and quadrupling furlough days as of last Thursday. It feels like a targeted attack on members like myself who don't have the shield of a union or collective bargaining agreement. I wonder and would ask, what would the engagement process look like if a member of UPE, SCTA, or SEIU had a similar solution put out by a board member? Would that happen unilaterally, or would there be discussions or engagement with those people? I want to help save SUSD, and I respect the urgency of our situation. I just ask for the genuine opportunity to have a voice in this process about matters that impact my ability to do my job and impact my livelihood. Not just 2 minutes at a podium, but a seat at the table where dialogue is possible. And I'll finish with this. I'm making this public comment independently and of my own volition. My intent is to support the future of this district by offering a constructive perspective on this matter. I want to ensure there is no misunderstanding. I'm speaking my truth. I do not want any of my colleagues or my supervisor to be blamed or held accountable for my comments here tonight.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Cindy Hollander for 2 minutes, followed by Laura Butler for 2 minutes. And then Garrett Kirkland for 4 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening, President, trustees, and new superintendent. My name is Garrett Kirkland, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of United Professional Educators, AFSA Local 154, AFL-CIO, the recognized collective bargaining agreement representing site and district administrators. UPE administrators are represented employees working under a ratified and collective bargaining agreement. That agreement was bargained in good faith, approved through lawful process, and relied upon by administrators across this district. Our members honor that contract in full, and we will expect the district and the board to do the same. Over the past several weeks, actions taken as a proposed part of the district's fiscal solvency plan raise serious concerns for UPE, not only about governance and legality, but about the real and lasting impacts these decisions will have on schools, departments, and ultimately students. Several components of the fiscal solvency plan directly conflict with negotiated provisions of the UPE agreement. One of the most concerning is the plan to place administrators whose positions are being eliminated for next year into the classroom immediately. This action violates Ed Code and labor law. The district knows administrator contracts run from July 1 through July 30th. Eliminating positions and reassigning administrators mid-contract is not a minor adjustment. Instead, it is a unilateral change to duties, assignments, and working conditions that must be bargained. Changes of this magnitude without bargaining are not procedural oversights. They are failures to follow the law. And it is always better to negotiate than litigate. The board's actions through this fiscal plan will remove administrators from leadership and support roles that schools and departments rely on, while placing them into instructional roles without adequate planning or consideration for the impacts on core systems, staff, and most importantly, students. As a collective bargaining unit, we insist on bargaining both the decision itself and the impacts of these proposed actions. Administrators understand the district is facing a fiscal crisis. We experience that reality every day on our campuses and in our departments. But fiscal distress does not suspend contracts. It does not erase collective bargaining rights, and it does not give this board the authority to selectively decide which agreements will be honored and which will be not. We are also deeply concerned about the resolution introduced by Board Member Kayada last week at the emergency meeting. It is our understanding that District Legal Counsel advised this board that the resolution violated the Brown Act. Despite that advice, the resolution was still brought forward and approved without being properly agendized. UPE's contract represents a small fraction of the district's structural deficit. Yet this board has repeatedly placed responsibility on administrators while ignoring the role board decisions played in creating the fiscal reality. Accountability requires inspecting what you expect and accepting responsibility for the decisions that led us here. Cutting administrator time does not solve a structural deficit. It slows down systems, delays decisions, and weakens district operations. When leadership capacity is reduced, the work does not disappear. It bottlenecks, and students feel the consequences. We are further concerned by the inequitable application of the fiscal actions across employee groups. Teachers are compensated for 8 non-working days and approved 2% raises for this year and next, under an agreement the district's former chief business officer warned would worsen the fiscal outlook and was never certified. The certification form is still lacking a signature from the CBO. At the same time, unrepresented administrators, staff, and safety officers who keep our district safe are now being told they will lose 12 days of work, while teachers get 8 days of pay for days they do not work. This raises serious questions about equity, about governance, and about decision-making. UPE is not here to deny fiscal reality. We are here to insist on lawful processes, equitable treatment, and respect for the administrators who lead and support this district every day. Our members work long hours, including weekends, and serve as the operational backbone of this system. We remain ready to work collaboratively towards real, sustainable solutions, but collaboration requires bargaining, transparency, trust, and the adherence to law, not unilateral action. We urge this board to correct course, engage appropriately with UPE and other bargaining units, and avoid further actions that expose the district to legal risk, operational harm, and long-term damage to trust.
Good evening, President Jean, members of the board, Interim Superintendent McCarn, Cabinet, and community members. My name is Laura Butler, and this is my 28th year serving students in this district. I'm the principal of Abraham Lincoln Elementary School, and I also serve on the UPE AFSA Local 154 AFL-CIO board. I'm here tonight to talk about data. Principals love data. Specifically, what district numbers show regarding salary and benefit spending and what that means for schools and students. The first chart shows how salary and benefit dollars are distributed across employee groups in this district. The data shows SCTA members represent over 60% of salary and benefit spending, and nearly 29% goes to SEIU, representing classified staff. By contrast, UPE represents just 4.2% of total salary and benefit costs. Unrepresented management accounts for 3.5%. Taken together, the people responsible for the day-to-day school operations account for less than 8% of total salary and benefit expenditures. These data matter because it tells us something important. Administrators are not driving the district's structural deficit. The second chart shows the actual dollar amounts, and the story's the same. The cost of salary and benefits for SCTA members is $417 million. For SEIU members, it's over $201 million. UPE, all principals, assistant principals, coordinators, and selected directors across this district represents just over $29 million. So when administrators are singled out for furloughs, unpaid days, or reductions in work time, it is not because those actions meaningfully solve the budget problem. The math simply does not support the conclusion. What those cuts do accomplish is something else entirely, as they negatively affect day-to-day operations of schools, including support services to students, expanded learning, facilities, technology, nutrition services, responsiveness to families, and student safety. Who are we supposed to call when those people aren't there? These cuts affect students. From a fiscal perspective, cutting administrators produces minimal savings. From an operational perspective, it produces maximum disruption. This is the imbalance we are trying to surface tonight. If we are serious about addressing a structural deficit, the solution cannot be to target one of the smallest cost centers in the system, especially when the cost center is responsible for keeping schools functioning. These charts clearly show that this is not a numbers problem caused by administrators. It is a structural problem that requires structural solutions. School leaders are ready to be part of this conversation, but solutions must be honest about the data, proportional in impact, and focused on students. The math is clear, the consequences are clear, and the need for a different approach should be clear as well. Thank you for your time tonight.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Hollander. I'm the principal at Sequoia Elementary, and I grew up in this district. My father was an administrator, counselor, and teacher in this district, so I have a lot of knowledge of Sac City Unified that many of you may not. I'm very concerned about what I see, and I hope to get reassurance from you that what is happening in our country, government officials supporting those who are favored and targeting those who are not favored, is not going to happen here at Sac City Unified School District. I'm here tonight to talk plainly about power, priorities, and consequences. This board is making fiscal decisions that fully protect SCTA contract provisions, while unrepresented administrators and other unrepresented employees are being required to absorb significantly deeper losses, including 12 unpaid days and the removal of leadership capacity from schools. That is not a coincidence. That is not neutral. And it's not without consequence. You can call these decisions fiscal, you can call them necessary, but you cannot pretend they're evenly applied, and you cannot pretend they're harmless. Because when administrators are taken out of the workplace, schools do not function the same. This is even more acute when decisions are made hastily and imprudently. When administrators are furloughed, hiring slows or stops, onboarding of teachers and support staff is delayed, teachers' pipeline for guidance and technical support is slowed, students lose access to opportunities for enrichment. Student safety is endangered. IEPs and 504s are obstructed. Necessary updates to systems are put off, and family communication suffers. Those impacts are immediate, and they're felt by students first. As a principal, I can tell you, schools run on leadership capacity. When you remove that capacity, everything slows down. Decisions that take hours take days and even weeks. Problems that should be resolved quickly linger. Students wait longer for support. Parents wait longer for answers. So when this board chooses to protect the interests of the most politically powerful group in the system while shifting disproportionate harm onto unrepresented employees, is making a values statement, whether it acknowledges that or not. And that brings me to governance. Good governance is not just about whether something is technically legal. It's about whether decisions can be defended ethically, educationally, and publicly. It is about whether this board can say with a straight face that its decisions are made independently of political pressure and squarely in the best interest of students. Right now, that claim is strained. School leaders are not asking for special treatment. We're asking for fair treatment and for decisions that do not undermine the functioning of schools in the name of expediency. Students do not benefit when leadership is removed. They do not benefit when hiring is delayed. They do not benefit when school systems slow down because administrators are forced out of a workday. This board has chosen a path, and that path has consequences for schools, students, and public trust. You still have the opportunity to correct course, to apply fiscal solutions equitably, to separate governance from political influence, and to make decisions that can be defended not just in a spreadsheet, but in the lived experience of students and families. Our schools are watching, our communities are watching, and our students are already living with the impact of the choices you are making. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next speaker is Glennie Kennery with 11 cards for 11 minutes.
Good evening, President, Vice President, trustees, superintendent, and members of the Sacramento City Unified School District community. First, I'd like to thank Superintendent Allen for her service in over 30 years that she's done for our district, and also congratulations to Superintendent McCarn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Glenalyn Pacheco, and I am here representing the Youth Development Support Services Department along with my team behind me. First, I want to acknowledge the very difficult reality that Sac City Unified School District is currently facing. The financial crisis impacting the district has created an extremely challenging and painful situation, including the possibility of up to 12 furlough days and the threat of mass layoffs affecting staff across many departments. These are not numbers on paper. These are real people, dedicated employees who serve students every day, who now face uncertainty about their ability to support their families and maintain stability in their lives. On behalf of Youth Development Support Services, I want to clearly state that we stand in full solidarity with all SCUSD staff who are being impacted by these proposed furloughs and layoffs. We recognize the emotional toll this causes, the disruption it creates, and the stress it places on employees, students, and families. This moment is painful, and we understand that no one in this room takes these decisions lightly. We do. At the same time, it is important to clarify the funding structure of our department and the programs we support, specifically around the grant restrictions. Youth Development Support Services is not funded through the SCUSD General Fund. Our work and many of the positions currently impacted by furlough plans is supported entirely through restricted state and grant funding. And that's like many of our colleagues that are impacted by this, including the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which many of you may be familiar with, ELOP. Restricted funding, by definition, cannot be used to resolve a general fund deficit. ELOP dollars are not interchangeable with general fund dollars, and they cannot be redirected to address broader district budget gaps. For that reason, I would like to briefly explain what ELOP funding is, what it requires, and why furloughing any grant-funded restricted staff creates serious operational and compliance concerns. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program is a statewide initiative designed to expand access to before school, after school, intersession, and summer learning opportunities for TK through 6th grade students, particularly those with the greatest needs. This includes students from our low-income households, English learners, foster youth, and our unhoused youth, and working families who rely on safe, structured, supervised outside the instructional day. That's after school, the moment the bell rings until 6 p.m. ELOP funding comes with clear expectations from implementation, staffing, quality, and outcomes. In SCUSD, these funds support expanded learning programs across over 70 school sites, including staffing, coordination, training, supervision, and overall program delivery. Importantly, they also fund youth development support services staff who oversee and ensure the safety and compliance of these programs. Many of the employees currently in furlough plans are also funded through many restricted funds, especially ELOP, not through the general fund. As a result, furloughing these staff does not meaningfully reduce the district's general fund deficit. Instead, it disrupts safe, quality programming. Staffing is foundational to ELOP. If furloughs are imposed on ELOP-funded staff, staffing gaps are created that cannot simply be filled with general fund resources, nor can dollars be easily reprogrammed without risking non-compliance. This places the district in a difficult position operationally and fiscally. A clear example is Summer Matters. Many of you are familiar with Summer Matters. With only a few months left in fiscal year, our department is already deep into planning for Summer Matters, the majority of which is funded through ELOP. 12 furlough days for our staff directly translates to 12 lost days of planning, coordination, and cross-departmental collaboration with all our other departments, which includes district end-of-the-year accounting processes and deadlines. The months of March, April, and May are critical for requisitions pertaining to contracts, purchases, and per diems necessary to support students. It is also important to note that restricted funds must be expended within a specific timeline and guidelines. If funds go unspent due to staffing disruptions, the district risks falling out of an alignment with the approved plan. Over time, this can result in funds being subject to return to the state and may jeopardize future access to this critical funding stream. In other words, if restricted funding like ELOP goes unspent due to staffing reductions or furlough impacts, the district may not lose program capacity. It may lose the funding itself. This creates a long-term negative outcome that would be extremely difficult to recover from. With that said, I want to be very clear. Youth Development Support Services is not here to criticize, accuse, or place any blame. We recognize the complexity of the situation. We understand that district leadership is making extremely difficult decisions under this intense pressure and limited options. Our purpose in sharing this point is to ensure that the full impact of furloughing grant-restricted funded staff has been considered, not only in terms of immediate budget strategy, but also in terms of long-term consequences for students, programs, and district compliance. In the interest of fostering respectful collaboration, we would like to present a few questions for discussion in future meetings, and we hope that you consider to meet with our department and other restricted grant-funded departments. Have the unique restrictions of grant restricted funding been fully considered in development of the furlough and layoff plan? Has the district evaluated whether furloughing grant restricted funded employees meaningfully addresses the general fund shortfall, given that these positions are not supported by general fund dollars? Has the district assessed the risk of leaving restricted funds unspent and the possibility that unspent funds may need to be returned to the state, potentially resulting in a long-term loss of funding? And has the district fully considered the operational and safety impacts that furloughing expanded learning staff may have on student supervision, program continuity, and compliance with the California Department of Education expanded learning quality standards? These questions are asked with respect and with genuine concern because we all share the same goal: to protect our students, support our families, and preserve the educational and developmental opportunities that SUSD provides. In closing, I want to thank everyone for your time, your leadership, and your willingness to listen. I also want to reiterate that Youth Development Support Services stands in solidarity with all of our SCUSD employees impacted by this crisis. These are difficult times, and the hardship being experienced across the district is real. We hope that as solutions are considered, the district will carefully weigh the unique structure of restricted funding programs like ELOP and the critical role they play in supporting student safety, enrichment, and academic success. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak this evening.
Next speaker is Eric Dela Cruz, and he's recognized for 9 minutes.
You can't right now.
Good evening, Board, President Jean, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and members of the Board. My name is Eric Dela Cruz. I'm an Area Supervisor for Nutrition Services, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my unrepresented colleagues and the chefs from our central kitchen who are here with me tonight. Some of us are also constituents in Area 2 and Area 1. We are here to address the proposed furloughs to unrepresented staff in the Nutrition Services Department. The proposed furloughs will eliminate 168 working days for our unrepresented nutrition team over the next 4 months, nearly a full school year of lost service for students. Furloughing staff in restricted funds like Fund 13 provides zero cost savings to the general fund, zero. Our positions are funded through restricted USDA and CDE federal and state sources. Many of us are long-term employees who are deemed essential workers and navigated the impossible task of feeding students curbside during the COVID pandemic, serving 12.5 million meals while everyone else stayed home and received full pay. You can imagine how we feel right now, learning that we are considered non-essential for operations. We also showed up during the 8-day strike in 2022, tapping in our personal networks and relationships to find alternate distribution locations to serve meals at local grocery stores so that students and staff did not have to go across picket lines, and to ensure our students were fed. During the pandemic, the board told staff to stay home. Then the board rescinded that order because nutrition services were essential workers. Within a matter of 3 days, we went from serving 40,000 meals to over 100,000 meals per day, a feat that took selfless dedication to serve the community at a heightened time of need. Today, food prices are crushing families. Universal free meals in California have become a lifeline, delivering millions of meals this year to your constituents. Our meal counts are rising even as enrollment falls, a clear indicator that this program is more critical now, not less. We are a team deeply committed to our mission, ensuring that every student, regardless of income, deserves a freshly prepared meal while at school. We have prioritized putting students first, working countless hours to source high-quality ingredients, develop scratch recipes, and revolutionize the SCUSD school meal program this year by expanding into full production at our central kitchen. This took sweat equity, hard work, and a passion for the mission. We are a nationally recognized leader in school meals, yet it appears our own district does not recognize the success and progress it took to get here. We've optimized a public asset, put it to work for the betterment of our students. What we are witnessing is a fundamental failure to understand what these decisions will cost you. Sometimes there's a price worth paying to preserve what matters. Furloughing unrepresented staff, once deemed essential, means furloughing our chefs and our nutrition supervisors, the people who make this program work. Sweeping cuts that deliver zero budget relief to the general fund are profoundly short-sighted. Our former CBO recommended using a scalpel, not a hammer. Instead, you're choosing to dismantle a federally funded program that serves our most vulnerable students, creating hostility, poor morale, and disrupted services, all with no fiscal benefit whatsoever. Our department has been fiscally solvent for 19 years, while other nutrition programs across the state are supported by their general fund. Last year alone, we contributed over $1.2 million to the general fund in indirect costs. Did you know we actually generate revenue for SUSD? The logic fails. You're furloughing the people who manage a self-sustaining, federally funded program while pay increases have been approved that the district cannot afford. Teachers received an additional 8 days worth of pay without adding 8 days to their calendar. Yet you're furloughing unrepresented staff in departments that generate revenue and directly serve the students? We cannot raise the price of a free lunch to cover these increases. Let me repeat that. We cannot raise the price of a free lunch to cover the 38% salary increases approved for SEIU over the last 2 years. We're federally funded and required to operate within the reimbursement rates we receive from the USDA. USDA did not and will not increase our reimbursement rate because the district increased wages. We have proactively taken immediate and responsible steps this school year to reduce our spending. We've closed management positions, reduced staff, and reduced costs significantly by focusing on scratch cooking. Last week, we learned that the Teamsters classified supervisors leadership is promising a job reclassification to their members, which comes before you for final approval in the coming weeks. This reclassification carries an 8% unbudgeted increase. As Board President Jean stated in a message to the staff, we have a systemically poor budgeting practices. We increase spending without evaluating the impact on the full budget. That concern applies directly here. Our TCS represented supervisors are deeply valued members of our team. They are crucial to our daily operations, working directly at sites to ensure meal service runs smoothly. But approval for this reclassification would establish a salary inversion where employees under our supervision are compensated at higher rates than us, yet we are responsible for training, evaluating, supporting, and being held accountable for their performances. Additionally, increasing expenses at this time while we unrepresented staff are actively working to right-size the budget undermines the fiscal sustainability of our meal program, which must remain self-sufficient. The board wants accountability for our unauthorized spending, yet approving this reclassification is exactly that. Authorizing expenses on behalf of a department without evaluating the impact on the full budget. If the reclassification is approved, fiduciary responsibility demands that we balance that budget, which will result in layoffs. Which will result in layoffs within this classification and others. So we are asking you directly. Number one, please exempt essential workers in the unrepresented classification in nutrition from furloughs. You've already done this for per diem and working out of class approvals. Be consistent and apply that same logic to furlough days. These furloughs have no beneficial cost savings to the general fund, none. Number two, we ask that the board postpone TCS job reclassifications until compensation adjustments can be responsibly budgeted and salary compaction corrected. I think is all reasonable. We all stand before you because we need to preserve the integrity of a program that shows up every day to serve the students we prioritize. Our 19-year track record shows that we have and continue to uphold our fiduciary duties and operate within a fiscally responsible budget. It's the right thing to do to ensure that our mission is met, that every student, regardless of income, deserves a freshly prepared meal while at school. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, we have Lauren Ledesma, followed by Amanda Chapman, then Allison Alexander.
Hello, thank you very much for having us here tonight. I am a parent of a preschooler at Edward Kelly Parent Participation Preschool, and my ask tonight is that you reconsider the closure of Edward Kelly. It's been in operation since the 1800s, and it has trained up generations of involved parents and families. On the items, I see a lot of numbers, and I do see a six-finger number next to Edward Kelly. Not too far off from turning off unused cell phones. But I think the value that you're missing in those numbers is the amount of money and energy that we pour into Edward Kelly every day that's not accounted for. We all give at least one day in the classroom. We are creating lesson plans for each of the days that we work. We volunteer in our off time. On the weekends, I'm pulling weeds. We paint, we clean, and we take care of that facility. On top of that, we provide materials for the classroom. So thank you very much, Hannah.
Good evening, Superintendent McCarn, President Jean, and board members. I'm Amanda Chapman. I have been a Sac City's teacher for 24 years. Teaching with Edward Kelly's Parent Participation Preschool program by far has been the most impactful and rewarding. We all know the importance of early learning, but our program is multifaceted because parents are learning as well. Their knowledge and confidence grow so that they can continue to stay connected with their child's education while also giving back to our schools. Many parents have gone on to become SUSD office managers, cafeteria workers, yard duties, aides, classroom volunteers, PTA members, and even a board president. One mother came to preschool every day to participate, which helped her learn English. Hence, she was able to leave the program and obtain a job at her child's school. I have witnessed countless success stories with both children and parents in our program. It is disheartening that Edward Kelly is one of the targets in this fiscal crisis. Have you been to Edward Kelly? It was a gift given to the district from the Kelly family, a historical landmark that is often referred to as magical and the crown jewel of the district. Please don't disregard something so precious.
Okay, I'm Allison Alexander. I brought a few cards. Maybe we can get some more time too. I am here also for Edward Kelly, a little-known treasure in Sac City, and Sac City has a responsibility to be good stewards of this registered national historical landmark. As they've said, it's been operating for over 100 years. We should be advocating for early education. Edward Kelly serves families who do not qualify for Head Start due to income reasons and who also cannot afford expensive private preschool. It's a truly special place and it has a generational impact. Just this morning, by chance, a contractor at my house, we discovered his children attended Edward Kelly in the 80s. We have a 102-year-old resident of Rosemont who attended Edward Kelly in the early 1900s.
The value of this place and its history is not measurable. I'm keenly aware of Sac City's budgetary woes. Closing this program will not solve systemic long-term problems. It's a short-sighted Band-Aid. And as Ms. Chapman also said, has anyone on this board been to Edward Kelly? Do you know where Edward Kelly is? You've got to come visit it and see how special it is before you close it.
Next group of speakers, we have Jonathan Grass, followed by Nikki Davis-Malevsky for 2 minutes, and then Adrian DeSantis for 4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm the late arrival to help advocate for the Edward Kelly School as well. My name is Jonathan Grass. I have a son that goes there. And to echo a number of the things that you've already heard, it's really a magical place. I really hope that if you've not been there, it's definitely worth your time. Maybe they'll even let you ring the bell. You know, I believe that this parent participation school, like they've said, is a tremendous asset to the district and to the greater community. And it should continue to operate if at all possible. Children who get to learn there are more fortunate than I think they will understand until they are older. It's a landmark of Sacramento's history, and being that old traditional schoolhouse, the building itself provides just an unmatched educational atmosphere for these kids and for their parents who participate as well. Looks like my time's up, but I just want to again echo that it's really truly a special place. And Mrs. C, who just spoke earlier, goes above and beyond and definitely deserves to stick around and help educate our youth. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Board President Jean, and Interim Superintendent Kansi McCarn. Nikki Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association, and I represent over 2,500 wonderful educators who work with students every single day. And I know that they would call me remiss if I did not begin speaking with an acknowledgement of the leadership of Superintendent Allen. Coming off of the strike and following in the wake of the failed leadership of the previous superintendent, Lisa Allen was absolutely the right leader to guide our district during that significant transitional period. We have always respected Lisa and her commitment to the students and staff of this district, and the students and staff of this district have always respected her. Similarly, we have a similar level of respect for Interim Superintendent McCarn. During her long tenure in the district, Superintendent McCarn has worked constructively with educators and has been instrumental in putting this district on a positive path. We expect the same progress to continue in her new role, and have appreciated Superintendent McCarn's commitment, wisdom, and willingness to make tough decisions, even when we didn't always agree with them. Because now there are harder decisions that the district has to face in our current budget situation, and following the board's decisive leadership and willingness to tackle our budget problems directly, SCTA and SEIU met with the budget subcommittee consisting of board members Benjamin, Kayada, and Navarro, along with superintendent and her cabinet, including Chief Business Officer Grant Dawson and one of the SCOE fiscal advisors. For the first time since the unaudited actuals were released, revealing the budget crisis, we feel that we may see a light at the end of the tunnel. The consensus in the room was that the district had enough cash on hand with the implementation of the fiscal recovery plan to avoid insolvency through 25-26. Our first major hurdle was overcome. We also believe that with the appropriate commitment and sense of urgency through the fulfillment of the rest of the plan, addressing longer-term deficits in the budget can also occur. The major area of focus remains special education, but we hope that the progress made provides a little more space to address the much-needed and long overdue realignment. Towards that end, now it is not the time to ease up and relax. It is also not the time to sugarcoat reality. It's time to make hard work and follow the board's directive to do everything possible to avoid cuts to decreasing services to students or making cuts to the classroom. Cuts are going to have to come from elsewhere. We appreciate the board making the decision and the directive explicit and clear, and we appreciate the board providing the leadership to create the sense of urgency to address our budget crisis. Yesterday's meeting was extremely productive and constructive, and we look forward to seeing all that constructive work continue over the next few months. Thank you.
Next is Adrian DeSantis for 4 minutes, followed by Maria Rodriguez and Marion Bryson.
Hello, school board and superintendent. My name is Adrian DeSantis. I'm surrounded by my peers from the Manufacturing and Design program at John F. Kennedy High School. We're here to address the indiscriminate 20% cuts to all departments. Specifically, I'm here to speak on the passion I have for the current and future state of the CTE program that I've been a part of for the past 4 years. I participated in the Manufacturing and Design, or MAD program, at John F. Kennedy High School since I enrolled as a freshman. And the ability I've had to attend a MAD class every day for the past 4 years has been crucial to my success and motivation as a student. The MAD room has an incredible amount of resources available for students interested in hands-on learning. Well over $1 million have been invested in CNC mills, laser cutters, 3D printers, robotics equipment, and much more. Every single student enrolled in MAD has access to all of these resources, and the possibilities for a student who wants to learn about the world of manufacturing are infinite. JFK's student rankings are proof of the success and academic motivation that comes from the MAD program. Despite the MAD graduating class only accounting for 11% of JFK's total graduating class, MAD students make up 62% of the top 50 ranked students. Not only that, the top 5 ranked students are all enrolled in MAD. Every year, a new group of incredible scholars enroll in MAD. Cutting educators from this program would reduce class sizes and therefore the amount of opportunities the incoming students have. It is in the best interest of JFK's future to keep these educators' positions intact.
Good evening, board members. My name is Akeith. I'm here to address the indiscriminate 20% cuts to all departments. SUSD says it intends to keep spending cuts with minimal impact on classrooms and students. Cutting a CTE teacher at a high school program does the opposite. The Kennedy website labels manufacturing and design, culinary arts, and the new auto shop as signature programs. Families choose Kennedy because these programs make students feel prepared and focused on a future career path. If you cut CTE, you weaken one of the main reasons students enroll. Specifically, manufacturing design is a 4-year pathway. It does not function as a 1-year elective. Removing positions destroys this sequence. It would put an unreasonable load on a single teacher and risks pushing students off track. SUSD promised families that cuts would be kept as far away as possible from students. These proposed cuts break that promise. It is immediately student-facing. It removes a teacher, reduces class sections, and pushes students out of a pathway they already committed to. It directly takes opportunities away from students in the next schedule cycle. During orientations and STEAM nights, we take guests to the machine shop, the auto shop, or the culinary shops. We take them to the rooms where students are machining parts, building robots, or building expertise in their aspiring careers. If you cut positions in the program, you shrink what we can show. When Kennedy brings guests, parents, incoming students, or decision makers to see college and career readiness, where do you expect us to take them if we cut CTE programs like MAD? Thank you.
Good evening, SUSD Board and Superintendent. My name is Ryan Ford. I'm also a member of the Manufacturing Design Program at Kennedy, and I'm here to voice my own opinion as a student on the indiscriminate 20% budget cut. This cut personally attacks SUSD CTE programs due to their teacher salary to program funding ratio, and the 20% budget cut would end in indiscriminate teacher firing and often foreclosure within many CTE programs, especially at our own school. When you overlook the importance of these pathways and force the principal to fire teachers who act as anchors to so many students, you close the door to opportunity. Opportunity is the strength of CTE programs, and it's opportunity for people from diverse backgrounds with diverse interests to experience unique professions, develop extraordinary talents, hobbies, and habits. At my own school, after these planned and supposed budget cuts and likely firing of a teacher, almost 1/5 of students originally accepted to these CTE programs would now be denied. This isn't simply a program, a teacher, or a future career pathway. These programs are what define so many of us students like in this crowd before you, and I cannot imagine never having the opportunity to be in a Kennedy CTE program. Closing this door doesn't simply save money. In fact, the opposite occurs. CTE programs are funded by specialized grants such as the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant and Federal Perkins Act funds that are tied to having certified staff in active programs, and this cut leads to our district losing the ability to get these funds. Since our school district is paid based on student attendance, and removing CTE teachers through these cuts would cause students to leave for other schools or charter schools that offer these programs, the district loses the full amount of per pupil funding. So it's not the opposite of our district's goal. Building Children First will be putting all effort into supporting these opportunities and choices, and this means researching the drastic effects of a seemingly simple choice, such as a broad 20% budget cut, which would most certainly lead to firing one CTE teacher at any given school, destroying a program and all of its benefits. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Maria Banks, formerly Maria Rodriguez. I'm a former SCUSD parent, PTA leader, and LCAP member. I'm here because I believe that public education is the essential element towards providing equal access to a thriving life in our country. And I believe that public education in Sacramento has been at a great risk for many years. In your February 2nd statement to the public regarding the budget, you say you have systematically poor budgeting practices. In part, that is because there, over the last 20 years, have been a lot of turnover. I ask, people with institutional knowledge need to be listened to, they need to be compensated so that they will stay here, and they need to be empowered to do their work. I like what the new budget department's doing. You say SCUSD has had changes in fiscal leadership which resulted in different narratives from different leaders. That is because there has been a tug of war between SCTA and the administrators over the sustainability of the benefits contracts. Do not listen to narratives from leaders. Listen to the reports of the district budget office. I had 2 other points, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
The final speaker.
First of all, I want to share some flyers with you guys. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, our new superintendent, welcome, and our trustees and all our family, friends, and staff here. My name is Marion Bryson. I'm a parent organizer with the Black Parallel School Board. Tonight, the Black Parallel School Board here is to announce for Black History Month, we're doing Black Parent Involvement Day on Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. And the time is the time of your school site, school date, school class time. Black Parent Involvement Day is a day for parents to visit and to serve their kids' classroom learning and activities. The Black Parallel School Board, along with the Sac City Unified School District, invite all parents to introduce themselves to our teachers, observe their children's learning activities. This special day is a way for parents to The special day is a way for parents to further build a rapport with teachers and to learn more about how to help their children succeed in their classes. Parents, please plan to participate in Black Parent Day. According to attend online training is required for February 12th. It's at 6 p.m. It is on Zoom. And the point of the training is to help parents understand the purpose of Black Parent Involvement Day and also how important it is to be involved in your kids' classroom and in your kids' life during their educational years. I will also conclude by stressing that we need to move toward a 21st century multicultural learning community. And when parents sign in, I'll share the flyer with you guys. On the flyer is the sign-in information. Once the parents sign in, they will receive an email on the rules and the protocols for doing observations in the classroom. You cannot disturb the class. You're there just to observe. And also, I would like to thank you guys for listening. And it's so nice to see you guys tonight. You guys take care.
Do we have any more public comment?
That does it for 6.1. We have 3 speakers for the general public comment.
Excellent. All right, moving to board discussion of our budget presentation. I'll wait for you to all get in the queue. Member Benjamin.
Oh, my bad.
Oh. Member Singh.
I've been at that other screen for like the whole day. All right. I want to start off by taking that advice from our intern CBO, Ms. Grant Dawson, and say thank you to your team that has put in the work for the last not only week, but maybe 2 weeks of us, to be honest, and I'll speak for myself, begging and pleading that we get to this position that we're in right now. And I also want to acknowledge the folks who came up and provided their public comment, especially our staff. You will see, and let me know if I'm wrong, but the update that you put on here does not have those furlough days. Is that correct? Built into the budget?
So the furlough days are still on the presentation. I believe that there will be some comment potentially, but they're still on the presentation, yes.
On the, if you go to that slide, right there.
It is.
It was right back there.
Oh, was it? That's right there already?
Yep. So could you
Yes.
explain how this works? So I think it's important for us to first note that these are emergency procedures. This board talked about emergency procedures. We talked about using these as last, final, unfortunate decisions we would make. Anything to avoid fiscal insolvency, anything to avoid state takeover. So I do see that the revised projection now has it at 0, but I would love for you to talk about what is being proposed in your mind when it comes to the shifts here in the emergency procedure bucket.
So as it relates to the implement stagger furlough days, and then the amended motion was to change it from 3 to 12. So you want that whole thing? Okay, so yeah, the original projection was 450,000 a day. That 450 would be more representative of a larger body of staff. So it wasn't just the unrepresented. That's not the amount. So based on the current definition of who was included in this particular proposal, it would be more like $100,000 a day. So therefore, for 12 days, 1.2 million. And then of that, as you heard many of the staff say, that still meant, even if you propose it this way, how they're funded. So you could have still done the furlough day for whatever that purpose was, but it doesn't get you, as we did clarify last week, like where our main focus is, which is the unrestricted general fund. What is also challenging when you have a furlough day application, it is really difficult to, grab it by groups. And so I think you're also hearing that as well. Some, not all, these, not those. That becomes very challenging, not only to implement, but to stand on. And ultimately, we do have some updated graphs that we're going to be putting on our website and sharing. The percentage of employees that you're talking about, again, aren't your majority and don't yield the amount of money that you'd be looking for. So is there something? Yes, it's back to also implementing it now, 12 days. The likelihood is that the majority of those people would not even take the 12 days because they can't, and they're too professional to do so. So with that being said, it means then that there's this other unresolved component that we adjusted their salary, but they still came to make sure that things were supported throughout the district. We also talked about the way that the item was also listed is to list how many days per month, and that would be something that in the event that the furlough day was implemented, that the employees should be able to make the decision along with their teams on how to balance that. And so with that being said, that would be another concern. We think the intent was to just list, I'm counting how many days for the rest of the month, but do want to say that out loud, that we would definitely want people to be able to make that selection, just as we said with the implementation of 3.
Yes.
Okay. Does that help?
Yes, and thank you. And I just wanted to clarify because there was a lot of public comment, and I wanted to get us clear on the fact that this board never wanted to go down this path, and we are clearly here to find the solutions.
Sure.
I know I'm speaking on behalf of folks, but I guess I'll have to use some I statements. I am not here to support ideas that would force us into this space, so I appreciate the work that your team has done to get us to some sort of positive budget to some level by the end of 25, 26, which is the entire focus that I have, which is let's get to a clear budget for this year, and then let's figure out long-term solutions that can help us out moving forward. But I do appreciate every single person who works in this district, and that statement from Nutrition Services is not lost on me. Everyone here is absolutely essential for the work that they've done. These are also difficult decisions, so I just wanted to clarify what we were seeing up here for the community to see, and wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about it. So I have more comments, but I'll pause there.
Thank you. Member Rhodes.
Oh, yeah, and I'll keep my comments brief, but as we spoke about last board meeting, the difference between our general fund and restricted funds and how that impacts. And I personally want us to focus on the general fund balance and not two things, not impacting people's contracted, agreed upon labor agreements. So we should never do that. And if that was seemingly a move from our board, we want to clarify that and make sure that we are respecting labor contracts across the board. And so we can't not respect labor contracts, but then also, we talked about it. I mean, we had Nutrition Services come up last time, and we saw how it's like, hey, people are not being paid their per diems, but it's restricted funds. And so now we're just not paying people. And so the outcomes of how the system is interpreting what needs to go next, I think that I would personally not want to see people who are in restricted fund areas have any type of those impacts. And then also people who have negotiated contracts with us, that we go against those negotiated contracts. I'm sure there was a way to do it. I think you're hearing in me today a difference in tone because of you have something in front of us. And having something in front of us gives us something that we've been asking for, but then also that we can also say like, hey, that wasn't the intention, at least in my view, and I think I even clarified that last week when Board Member Cayado was making the motion. It was like, hey, what we're trying to do is this, not that, and hoping to find some clarity of when it came back. But I just wanted to say again out loud that restricted fund dollars are not what we're trying to encumber or hinder with staff. And also, my point of view is that I'm not trying to, how about we're not that I'm not trying to also hinder any collective bargaining agreements as we move forward. And so just put a note there for my colleagues that we should take that in consideration. And once again, I was here during the pandemic. I was a pandemic board member. And the work that our staff did during that time was unimaginable and needs to be respected from my point of view. And as we go down this line of, making sure that we don't go into insolvency, but also making sure that we respect that work and also what is already inside of our budget to do that we actually don't have control over, that is the general fund we're really trying to work on. So I just wanted to put that back out there for consideration from my colleagues as well, of what we're trying to do, what the impacts are, and then how we move forward. But thank you for bringing something to us, and then also that it actually shows that we have, if we do everything we're supposed to do, that we actually have money going into June, and we won't be insolvent. So thank you.
Yes, that is the goal. So thank you for your comment and what the intentionality is. So this is the second section about the furlough days and what your intent is. I think, just as a former process What we can definitely work with the board on is and the community, when you have thoughts and strategies that you'd like to share, just, send them so that we can analyze them and reply. So that because it's, again, as your former CBO said, right, this is a living document, then we can evaluate and analyze it and then come back with, here's what the answers are. Would you like to add them to the fiscal solvency plan or whatever the plan is? And that gives us the opportunity to work on those pieces, get the intentionality, and so therefore we can have the clarification plus the numbers, right, and what that impact would be. So that would be a desired outcome for next steps, but definitely appreciate the opportunity to bring it back so that we can have that clarifying question as well as being able to show it to the community what the items were.
Member Kayada.
Okay, so I have some comments, but I want to start with more reaction to the public comment and reaction to the action that we took last week, which didn't have the benefit of being televised. So I know a lot of people are working under assumptions, and I want to clear a lot of that up. So first things first, I want people to understand why I made that motion, and I believe why the board unanimously approved it last week, and that is because we have spent months incredibly frustrated with the lack of progress on our fiscal solvency plan. We went from having a plan and feeling like we actually were going to have tough decisions, but we could get out of it about 4 months ago, to feeling like we had months without even any update because we had a change in personnel. And then when we had new staff come in, Ms. Grant Dawson, you were getting situated, but the message we got was, actually, this is dramatically worse than we thought. It was, this is bad. And so that was happening at the same time that we did not sense any urgency out of staff. We have been asking as a board, I have been asking since this crisis first became apparent, that we do use a scalpel, that staff bring us recommendations, and that we consider them and we adopt them in a way that is operationalized to get us solvent, but also to not impact our communities and our employees. The reason that we had to act is because we were not getting those scalpel decisions, and in fact, items were coming off that we had previously approved. And the board was put in a position of, well, we either have to start acting to get that urgency, or we were going to fall into receivership. And if I have those two choices, I'm going to pick urgency and the hammer. I want the scalpel, but if that's not one of my options, I'm going to pick the hammer rather than insolvency. But with that said, tonight's presentation shows, and you've been here, Ms. Grant Dawson, almost a month now?
Just about 24 days, I think. I stopped counting at 19 because it stopped mattering.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know if we're going to count the evenings and weekends you're working too, but we are now finding a way to get back to the scalpel. And so that means the hammer needs to go away. And the first things I want to start with are what Member Rhodes just said is the same for me, and this is direction the board has given, and this was also underlying the motion that I made last week, which is that some non-negotiables for me, for this board, are that we follow all collective bargaining agreements and that we always follow the law. Any item that's on the fiscal plan that violates those tenets is not a viable option. If any of the motion that I brought applied to that, then that is to be reinterpreted after staff analyze it and removed or reinterpreted. I also agree with Member Rhodes, and I believe the board has said this on multiple occasions as well, is that our intent is to address the general fund. We do not want to impact restricted funds because that doesn't help us with the fiscal solvency. If there's a short-term situation where we haven't figured it out and we need to act, I understand. But if we have any way to avoid restricted funds, because it makes no sense, like our employees have said during public comment, and Mr. Dawson, you've said this to me as well. In fact, you actually could be doing harm to some of those grant funding. So we don't want to do that. The budget is a moving target. The number we're trying to get to is a moving target. That thermostat is pretty clear, but it's going to wobble a little bit. And hopefully every 2 weeks when we have our regular meetings and get an update, it's firm enough that we go up.
Yes.
But in the same sense that our numbers are coming into clarity as we move along, the fiscal solvency plan also comes into clarity. It is an evolving document that is reactive to the situation on the ground. The number one underlying message is that we need to get solvent. But everything else within there needs to be modified as we go and as we operationalize it. First and foremost is something that we talked about in the budget subcommittee, and I'm going to give an update on this later. But we agreed in the budget subcommittee, including labor partners and staff and 3 of the board members, that definitely we are going to be recommending suspending the furloughs at this time. In these meetings with staff, and as we looked at what it would look like to operationalize it, it became clear that the days that we adopted will not actually generate the savings that were projected in the fiscal solvency plan originally, and that they will hinder our ability to repair our core systems and actually become solvent in the long term. And so therefore, my recommendation is that that be suspended immediately, that that not be rolled out. And if anyone has already taken some days, that we address those. And I want to, it's not a motion.
They're going to talk about it.
We don't want to get into what we got into last week. So my recommendation is direction that when this come back, they no longer be there. But in the short term, the direction is, if you all agree, that we don't do it for now. And that's already what we talked about in the budget subcommittee. I do have some general comments, and I think these are important, and I've spent 3 weeks going through these, so I apologize if I'm reading from the paper. But I have to say that I have spent months calmly and then urgently raising the alarm about the fiscal solvency plan not being implemented, and that we were at a real risk of fiscal insolvency. And that's not a bell that I won't ring. We need to ring that bell if that's the case. But after hearing the presentation tonight, and after learning in the budget subcommittee what we did yesterday, I am ready now to say that I am at a point of being cautiously optimistic that we will be able to avoid insolvency. We're not there yet, but we have identified a path. Now that we have a clear understanding between board, staff, and community about how to implement our plan, we can correct our structural budget deficit issues. But I want to be very clear that a path is not a finish line, and there is a tremendous amount of work to do and many more difficult decisions, and those aren't easy, but we have to continue making them. We're not done. To move forward, we need to confront an uncomfortable truth, and that is that the crisis was predictable and it was preventable. It was the result of a district culture that treated transparency as a threat and oversight as an inconvenience. The board did not have accurate information about our budget when we made key decisions around budget priorities, labor negotiations, and other decisions with big fiscal impacts. Finding a path out of our immediate crisis does not change that. This board has learned that hard lesson, that we can't do our job if our direction is not being followed and we aren't receiving the information we need. With that said, I do want to acknowledge the grit that our district staff have shown. Many of them, many of you, are working long, hard hours under the threat of furloughs. As I've come into the Cerna Center after my day is over, I see people here working hard. You've proven that when we work with a shared set of facts, we can protect our students and our communities from the disaster of a state takeover. And my position remains clear. State receivership is not an option. It's a surrender of our community's voice that would be truly devastating to our district, our city, and our communities we are fighting the hardest to uplift. And I won't let that happen. I will give no shelter to anyone who prefers receivership to community input in our educational system. More than ever, we need to come together to fix this. We are at a turning point, but the work is just beginning. We must turn this moment into a permanent change of culture toward fiscal discipline and integrity, where the board provides direction and makes decisions based on reliable data, and staff implements the board's direction and vision. That starts with following through on our current course of action to avoid receivership this year, and it continues with our plans to completely, for once, correct our structural deficits for future years. Thank you.
Member Ibarra.
I originally was just going to say thank you all for all of your hard work to get us to this update, but I've had a change in heart and I'm actually going to share more words. But I do have questions, so I don't know if I should start with my questions or my statement. So I'm going to just start with my statement. And the reason for that, and the reason I'm doing it here, is because I hear community. I hear your public comments. I read your public comments, and I take them all into consideration when I'm making decisions. But right now, I'm going to talk about me and why my votes have been what they have been. I've been a parent in this district since about 2009, 2010. And I've sat in countless board meetings where I and other parents advocated, and some that are still here in this district. And I want to take us back to our December 18th meeting, where I had originally gave comments during a report presentation from FCMAT. And I started by acknowledging and apologizing for my faults in this part of the fiscal crisis that we are in. I recognized where my faults were, and I continue to work on them. But here's the thing, I must also speak out, because in order to create real systemic change, it starts with accountability. I want to thank all of the administrators that came out, and I want you all to know that I see the work that you do each day. But for years, the district has mismanaged money and accountability for the mismanagement thereof. And it often feels as though accountability is just a word with no definition in this district. You see, FCMAT reports lets us see which departments are running adequately and which departments are far from adequacy. A board's job is to give directions, and the superintendent and cabinet work hand in hand to delegate and execute those directives. Now, I want to elaborate on real life experiences that I and other parents in the community have experienced, and we have come up here, just as you all have tonight, to advocate for. You see, these experiences, there have been site committees that I have served on and other parents have served on where members are cherry-picked, further allowing site admin to have total control of their site plans for student achievement. And this is often referred to as rubber stamping. And some sites for years didn't even have a functioning ELAC committee up until a few years ago, and some still don't. That's an English language advisory committee. That means the folks that are supposed to be there speaking up for kids who don't speak English first. That's what ELAC does. That's not authentic family and community engagement. You see, one year I was actually voted to be the district English language advisory president. And immediately after, I faced a life-changing event that made my family temporarily have to leave SUSD. And for months, I received emails from the DLAP committee, even though I was no longer in the district. Later, I found out by an active committee member that I was still for months a voting member when I was no longer a parent in the district. That's when trust just began to just crumble. So how is that okay? As I sit here and I face these challenges, I've organized schools where negligent and abusive administrators were not held accountable. And instead of being terminated, in one instance, I learned the administrator was placed back in the classroom where further harm can be done. These are my truths and the truths of the communities that I've served for years. I live in a low-income community, y'all. I'm still in the trenches in the struggle with you guys, fighting with you, not against you. And that includes the admin that serve our students in those communities. And when I sit in these meetings, you all are hearing the same public comments that we are hearing. And still, they fall on deaf ears time and time again. Every time an email is ignored until there is pressure to respond, it only causes mistrust and legal problems. And we see it all the time in litigation through closed session. Supplanting has been a poor practice that continues to get swept under the rug. I personally attended a meeting where a principal came in and happily announced that he was given permission to supplant funding openly. The hush culture is one of the unsaid practices that one of the very commenters this evening brought up, asking for the job not to be threatened. That's the hush culture I'm talking about. No one calls it out. But when staff is being told not to speak to certain people or not to communicate with us, that's a problem. It takes all of our voices collectively. If I can't hear from you because someone is telling you you can't talk to me, that's not a proper representation when I'm up here speaking on behalf of all of my constituents and all of the employees of SUSD. And until leadership, and that's including us as a board, is willing to take ownership and stop blaming others, we slow down and sometimes stop the process to create a system. This is a system problem. It's not a specific person problem. This is a system issue. And until we are willing to take ownership and stop blaming others, we are slowing down and sometimes stopping the process to creating a system of authenticity and transparency. Transparency, which is what we have been fighting for months to get to. We're not going to be able to progress. All of us have to take that responsibility and lead with honesty, integrity, and truly center students in every conversation. Because all night I've heard people talk about their feelings, which I don't want to dismiss. I'm the biggest cheerleader of SEL. But I very seldomly heard about the actual impact that it's going to have on students and what this means for them. So together is the only way we're going to really make this equitable systemic change. And I'm only sharing these because I feel like I get my integrity is questioned. This is how I got here. I can't speak for all 7 of us. And I will continue to fight. And if in 3 years I'm still not here, I'll be on that side of the dais continuing to fight. Because that's what I do for the kids, y'all. I'm really in it for the kids. They know that. They know that this seat is there. So anyways, I digress. I won't keep speaking on that. Now I will get to my questions. As you made this great report out, a few things that came to mind is around I love that you made the suggestion of possibly cutting back those furlough days, because that's kind of where I was going with this. But I really want to know if the conversation around how many positions are currently working out of class has been had. And what I mean by that is how many people are in interim positions, and of those, how many can go back to their original roles. And the reason that I ask that question is because when you are in an interim position, there is no interview process most times. Positions may not have been posted, meaning that that's not a proper way to select an employee for that position. And since we get questions from constituents all of the time, I just want some clarity on that. As we have this budget conversation. I don't expect an answer tonight, but that's one of the questions that I have on the budget.
Can I ask a question for, ask clarification? So,
yes.
Do you mean district-wide, any interim position, if it's interim or out of class? Because they're a little different.
Not necessarily district-wide, but as we're looking at the directives that the board has given on the cuts to administration, trying to get back to that 270, that's kind of where my question is at.
So it's around the administrative positions in interim?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. So we'll come back with that one. Did you have another question or?
No, those, okay. I guess it was one in the same, but yeah.
Okay, all right, I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Kemper.
Thank you. Just to thank you for this update, because it's provided me with a lot of clarity so far, but I just like a little bit more on just one specific area.
Okay.
On slide 27 of the solvency plan, when you talk about budget balancing solutions, is the $43.8 million, is that just our goal, or is that what we have so far from what we've implemented?
The 20, which one? Sorry. Yes. So the 43.8 ties to, let me slide back up. The first page, which this is actually a spreadsheet, so you're seeing snapshots. Column C, that's 43.78, rounded, it's 43.8. That's where that comes from. So everything that's listed underneath is where that number comes from, of options that we have reviewed that to date are viable and implementable. So that's where the number comes from.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Member Benjamin.
I want to thank you. We went from a tsunami to a path, right? Yes. And so let me explain something to you what this board is doing. It's a shift in culture, and that's going to take time. We have taken steps to build trust, right? And you're going to see that as we go. It takes time. We gave direction some time ago. It was not implemented, and we had to keep walking, and we got to this spot. And I want to thank you and your staff for this. This was a huge, huge lift, and you were able to put this together to where, and give us what we asked for the whole time, and I want to thank you for that. This is going to be about transparency. Last night, for the first time in our budget subcommittee, we all sat together, and we knew this issue of furloughs would come up, and we were able to speak, right, to what we presented last week, and we were able to talk amongst each other to understand that it wouldn't be worth, doing that, the price point. And so that's just an example of the collaboration that, we are now embarking on as a board and as in developing these subcommittees. And so, we want to everybody to think about, what you can contribute so that we don't have to go through this, right? We have to have a cry now that we, the district, all of us, we, the district, right, have to come together to make sure that, we stay where we need to stay. I just have that comment, which is thank you so much, right, for turning that tsunami into a path.
And thank you for sharing about the tsunami. I missed that and all the components, and it definitely resonated. Do want to share something again as I yield the floor back to President Jean. So, and I jumped to this slide just to say, as we move forward, and I know all these terms can get confusing. So, again, the district has multiple funds. The general fund has an unrestricted, so on any column, I'm looking at the blue or the orange, an unrestricted portion and a restricted portion. So on the previous slides, when we talked about our strategies and priorities, the restricted funds help supplement what you're doing in your core programs. So when we come back and we talk about what we may look at modifying or what may need to be changed, they all work in conjunction with what's happening to your core programs and how we use those restricted resources to support them. So whether it's ELOP or other strategies, Title I, all of those things help to make the core educational program better and higher quality for better outcomes. So when we future are talking about different priorities, there'll be combinations of resources that we're talking about and how we build that. So just kind of wanted to say how they work together, and that I recognize that we're talking about our intent, other funds, and other resources, and I hear the advocacy. When we're doing this work, it's a collective strategy. And definitely there's some funds that may not fall into that same conversation specifically, but it still is in support of how many students are we serving, how many adults are we serving, and what do we need to do to make sound decisions with accurate information based on what we have in order to make the proper recommendations for the superintendent and the board to approve. So just wanted to kind of put that together, and we'll provide some examples as we move forward of what we're talking about so that we're clear about how the two work. Okay, President, I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you. So I've been thinking a lot about January and how as you were defining the problem, it felt like we were pulling up the rock and all the bugs were coming out. And it was incredibly hard and frustrating and scary. And the pressure, I think, that we were feeling of, we will not go to fiscal insolvency. We will not go to state receivership. How do we make the decisions to make sure we don't go there? I'm so thankful for tonight's presentation and the work of you and all the staff to put together the next steps of our plan, to take where our plan started and to really evaluate what that means, to better position it within our budgeting process and the data that we have. I particularly appreciate the understanding of cash versus budget, and that we're now beginning to truly clarify that. I remember hearing in so many different trainings, like, cash is king. It's, if you don't have the money to pay your bills, that's when you're in trouble. We can all have a budget and say, here's how we're going to spend the money. And because of the 18-month process that the state requires us to do in our budgeting, it makes the budget versus the cash so confusing.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate that we're focusing back on cash. And I also want to emphasize that that is about budget, not cash. Right?
Yes.
And that we are tentatively thrilled, tentatively excited that we have cash through June and that fiscal insolvency is not in the next 4 or 5 months.
Yes.
And I say tentatively because we don't know what info is coming tomorrow, but we're going to keep our eyes on that ball. I want to say thank you for walking this with us. I feel like we're turning that corner. It's like we're finally able to go from we've been looking at the problem and defining the problem, and now we can move towards, nope, this is the solution. These are the steps we're taking, and we're not going to stop until we get there together. I wanted to kind of wonder, like, it sounded like our committee had a great start this week. How do we have more conversations about ways to keep the 3 board members who volunteered to be on the committee in conversation, bringing ideas to you, keeping those conversations going? Have we thought about that plan yet, or is that a next step for us to have that conversation?
So that would be the next step as it relates to the board and the establishment of the committee. So we definitely need to talk about that based on your policy, what it says as far as establishing a committee, which would also include what the meeting rhythms would be and the optimal time.
Yep.
I would also ask very distinctly, I definitely like the idea, especially for very pertinent updates, which is a natural suite of communication with our constituents, that when we have those engagements, that we have them with all bargaining unit leadership. That's very uncomfortable to have that. And again, in this moment, I understand it based on the motion. If not, then that would be something that we would still host at another setting. Because again, you can't get here without all of your constituents working together and having the same information. So with that, that would also be an ask in making sure that we make sure that those invitations are extended. And we'll talk more about workshops and other areas that as you move forward, that will be important, and where and how to make sure that your constituent groups, as well as your committees, often it's like great to invite them to come as well, so they can really dig in and be able to provide their thought and their voice to the process.
The ultimate vision really was, we need to get all decision makers into a room and having the conversations to see, as was stated and quoted, and I'm honored to have heard that resonate, that when we make any kind of decision in the budget, what impact does it have in other parts of the budget? And that we're not having that conversation enough. And so how do we get all of the voices and decision makers into a room to talk about that and keep people more informed? So the ultimate goal of the committee is to do exactly what you just described. It started with, we're going to get 3 board members who are making this happen. And then the next step was, in a week, who can we get in the room to get this moving forward? And I look forward to partnering with you and our new interim superintendent to decide exactly what a district budget committee needs to look like to truly thrive and shift our systems to move us forward the way we need to. So I'm excited that you have ideas on that, and we can look at moving forward together.
Thank you. So I think if we're getting to, I'm going to put the ask.
Yes,
back
I do
up
have
on the
one
front.
last thing.
No problem.
And I think I've been told that there's a great answer to this question. We have been asked by, I have heard from some folks like, hey, where's the info? Where can we go find more info? And I said, we've got a website. And they're like, it still says November.
Right.
So have we, where are we at in updating our website so that we can actually send people to say, here's where we are today or this week in that? So
Yes, so we are working to update the website with multiple reports as well as updates for ease. We also have
you've got your team ready to help you with this answer.
We also have
too.
some additions that we want to add to the website that we've been working on as well. So I'll let my
You
colleague.
dance great.
I
You
did.
can keep dancing.
I did it.
Good evening, President Jean and Interim Superintendent McCarn and members of the board. I'm Brian Heap. I'm your Chief Communications Officer. And to answer your question, yes, we are working on that. As the board's aware, things have been a little fluid lately. So we are working on that. We've made some updates this week, and we are going to be updating again tomorrow. We'll be adding the thermometer as well as Lisa Grant Dawson's newest presentation, and we expect to be able to really begin to update in earnest now that we have a clear,
Now we know
a
where we're
clearer
going.
path.
I
Yes.
love it. Thank you so much. All right. With that, yes, would you mind just taking us through exactly what we're deciding on right now?
So the ask was for the board to review the update of the fiscal solvency plan. And you in your discussion included that there is an item that you are considering moving. So if that is the case, then that would need to be included in your motion. In addition to that, as it relates to the report that's going to the county, that you are also approving those documents for us to submit to the county tomorrow, the response to the first interim letter. So it's essentially what's stated here with the revision. Last thing is your decision. I don't know if you need to have discussion about the position.
Yes.
So with that being said, just truing that piece up. We do need to have that included in the motion or your next steps.
Excellent. All right, so if I kind of capture a lot of the clarity from what a lot of us said, please correct me if I missed something. Our full intent is everything be legal and that everything be honoring of contracts and labor law and agreements. That I'll phrase it in kind of that big picture. There is always a need to balance what the budget cuts look like with the actual impact of what those mean. And how do we ensure that all conversation is incorporating both of those? And then the two more specific things, are we discussing a removal of the furlough days or a pause on the furlough days until we have more data? So what I'm hearing, and I'll say this from the depths of my heart, I think every one of us in here wants to remove it fully. We're also committed to not going into fiscal insolvency, and until we know we're not there, we want to pause everything that would cause that level of harm until we're confident we don't have to make that kind of decision. So at this point, it's all right. I believe our interim superintendent has a question. Go ahead.
Sorry if this is out of order, but it is a question. As you're talking about this, so can we just, for clarity purposes, can we say that the admin to classroom piece is off the table, as well as the furlough days that you're discussing? Just super, super clear on whatever's going to be voted. I think that would be the staff's recommendation. Admin to classroom piece off the table, as well as the furlough days. So appropriate or not, if it's not, first day. If it is, great.
So we're talking about 1A then and number 3, which also appears above as far as furlough days. So any furlough reference for that group of people in addition to 1A is what the amendment would be to approve the recommendation excluding those items.
Member Kayada?
So I will speak to my intent in those two items in particular. So my intent in adding those to the action we took last week was that any action that we had already identified that would be done starting July 1st, if possible to do it now to save money this year, that we do it. We have already identified that the furloughs do not make sense because the people who need to help us with this plan are the ones affected. So I would propose we remove that.
Okay.
With respect to the interim superintendent's question, it is my understanding that it is not actually operationally or legally feasible to make that move. So in keeping with the guide rails that I described, that we of course not violate CBAs or the law, that also should be removed.
Okay. Member Singh?
I just want to bring us back to the conversation again that led us here. And we were having a very different, as Member Rhodes spoke to, a very different tone about 7 days ago. I think in acknowledging the work that your team has done is acknowledging the public comment, but also acknowledging that this board didn't have the intention that folks may believe we have of wanting to go to this point. The reason we wrote emergency procedures is those emergency procedures can be rediscussed, but we are not going to fiscal insolvency. And that is what this district should understand. We are not here to do any of these things, but we will do everything to avoid fiscal insolvency. We're not doing a state receivership. We're not doing a state takeover. So in that sense, yes, you came to us with a plan that gets us to where we need to be or showcases that path from the tsunami. We're not here to get in the way of that. You're showing us how to get there, and we're going to trust you. So in that sense, I back what Member Kayada is saying. And I also want to mention something is, I just heard all my colleagues speak up here with a lot of conviction. Oftentimes I catch myself making these grand speeches, but everybody has just done a great job of voicing themselves today. And I want to acknowledge that it's not easy, but transparency is really, really hard. And all of you coming out here and giving your public comment is not easy either, especially putting yourselves in personal positions. But this is what transparency looks like, and it's ugly. Transparency is really ugly. It's really easy for us to say, oh, everything looks good, we'll be fine, then show up in June and we're not here anymore. Transparency is ugly, and I just want to acknowledge the level of work that your team is doing, that this group up here is trying to do. And I know it was really hard. It was very easy to talk, and I want to, for whatever reason I'm about to do this, defend Member Kayada and say, it was really hard to bring a motion like that last week. And it's equally as empowering to sit up here and say, I'm going to pull that because you have shown us a path. So I support Member Kayada to move this idea forward and make sure we remove this, because we're not looking at that path we were looking at just 7 days ago. So thank you.
All right, so we are adding a removal of 1A and a removal, can you go forward? Thank you, you were on it. And a removal of 3. Okay?
Tarek, sorry, I didn't interrupt, but I just want to clarify. Previously, the board, at staff suggestion, had approved 3 of our low days, and I had motioned to increase that to 12. And my suggestion, and I think motion, if we can do it, would be to eliminate them completely, including the 3. So no furlough days.
No furlough days. Yep. Okay. The last piece of this, if you can go to this slide, is we have a, you are ready, Deputy Chief of Schools position that is on a timeline of a 30-day hire. And so we need to decide if we want to unfreeze that position so that we would be able to hire it and honor our agreement with the AG's office. That's a good question.
I have a question for legal counsel.
Yeah.
We had a discussion to some detail around what's upcoming with our proposed meetings with the AG's office. Are we able to talk about that? Because I thought there was some thought process that went into the discussion.
So two things, and thank you for the question. 2 things. One, obviously what the discussions were in closed session would not be appropriate to discuss here. Secondly, to the extent that the discussion or your comments right now might impact the district's legal strategy in any way related to that particular matter, then my advice would be not to engage in that conversation here. If you can frame it in a way that doesn't impact that, then that's certainly fine.
Luckily, I have the same degree as you, so I'm going to try my best to frame it in a different way.
I'll start by saying this. Nobody stepped up to make a motion, so I'm willing to say it's currently dead on the table and we're not going to add it. But if you'd like to speak more.
No, I was going to keep it pretty simple to just say, can we bring this back up at the next board meeting?
It sounds like that's where we are because nobody made eye contact with me to make that motion. So it looks like we are hesitant. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you.
All right, so back to our officials. Are you adding something?
I had a question.
Member Kayada.
I just want to make sure, when I was reading this agenda item, are you asking for us to also adopt the revised multi-year plan tonight?
You're adopting the content of the response to the county. So yes, because that's included as an ad.
Okay.
So yes.
Just want to make sure we approve everything we
Get
need
it
to
all.
tonight. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Do we have clarity on what we are voting on? Okay. I will, student board member preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rose?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, did you have another comment?
Approved.
No, okay. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to the board, appreciation to staff, to interim CBOO Lisa Grant Dawson and the entire team in updating in a really short period of time, although it feels like very long, short period of time, the fiscal solvency plan and the additional information that was provided to allow for what just happened. I hope that the board sees and that the community sees the district responding. And so just want to give appreciation to the board and everyone for the teamwork and collaboration. And I want to say also for those who have already taken furlough days, now that they're off, we are going to work that out. And so if you are one of those individuals who already has, we're going to work it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe we're now moving to 7.0, public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We do.
So can I say something? So just to be clear, just to be super clear, no furlough days and no administrators into the classroom, those two components, the board, so we appreciate the board's leadership in that.
Okay.
Okay, we have four people signed up for public comment. We begin with Maria Rodriguez, followed by Tom McElhaney and Cassandra Tillman.
Well, can I have 2 minutes?
You get 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. I was planning to make this comment at 6:30, and it's a whole different scenario.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll just start by saying that I was here a long time, including when 7 schools were closed that disproportionately hit the lowest income neighborhoods. And that's really why I continue to come to these. And also, Mary Hurden Young, she smiles at me. And Terrence Gladney keeps coming, so I got to keep coming. Anyway, I am here in part because this morning I heard an interview with former Superintendent Jonathan Raymond. I was flabbergasted to hear his voice, to hear that he had returned to this city. He spoke with humility and honor. He said about his return to Sacramento and to an extremely beleaguered school, "The fight is noble and it is worth the sacrifice." If he came back to Sacramento, I thought, I can come back to this room. It's been painful. I don't think I can, but anyway. Superintendent Raymond was an equity and inclusion champion. He strove to create priority schools in downtrodden neighborhoods. Superintendent Aguilar, whom I worked with as a member of the LCAP, was one of the most equity-focused leaders I have experienced. They and the past board members and staff, including Rose Ramos, are a loss to SCUSD because they dared to call out fiscal unsustainability, and they were called liars. This is not unseen to any of us who have been coming to these meetings for decades. So I pointed out some things in your response to the community, listened to the staff and other things. I'll just end with this. I have more suggestions, but only 20 seconds. Please consider offering a budget town hall for us to bring our ideas and concerns where more time is afforded to many of us who want to see SCUSD thrive for our grandchildren. My niece and nephew are already sadly not even considering the school that my 2 sons graduated from. They went on to Sac State, go Stingers up, and are civil engineers working for the state. So to many of us, maybe just me, these meetings are kind of like a Groundhog Day. and an effort in futility, I'm hoping maybe a budget forum where more people can dialogue and give you our ideas might help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Superintendent McCarn, how does that sound, sports fans? To our board and our district leaders, to our superintendent, thank you for this time. I'm Tom McElhenney. I'm a retired Burbank teacher, and I'm substituting these days in band and science and in PE. I'm a member of the Wellness Committee, but I don't represent the Wellness Committee tonight. This is a personal viewpoint. Last time I came before the board in October, I hope to alert our school community to exciting new curriculum to be found on the Wellness Committee pages of our district website. And that's true. They are lessons that can truly explain students' feelings in a food world gone mad. And again, they're from the University of California's Coast Center. Tonight, however, I've got a play-along for everyone behind me and before me. I have a question tonight for everyone in the room. The city of San Francisco has sued the food industry. This case is about food products with hidden health harms that defendants designed to be cheap, colorful, flavorful, and addictive. San Francisco's attorneys write in the lawsuit. They cite studies linking ultra-processed foods to obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and other chronic diseases, even cancer. So I know we have other things on our minds tonight, leaders, district friends, but here's my question. How shall that event, how shall that lawsuit inform our practice here in the district? Put another way, when in our practice does this impact our resolve to protect students from harm? These are gut-wrenching questions until they're not, until we come to see the lawsuit as the dawn of a new day. To my community, thank you, and we'll see you out there at school.
Cassandra Kelly Tillman, followed by Terrence Gladney. Terrence Gladney.
Oh, no. Kelly, I think. It is a long walk. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Cassandra Kelly Tillman. I work for Leonardo da Vinci Children's Center. I have been an employee of Sac City for 20 years now. I have worked with children for over 30 years. And this is what I chose to do. I enjoy it to the bottom of my heart. What saddens me today is to find out that that dream may be cut short. My center serves 74 children, 74 families, 74 wonderful children that we are going to inspire and encourage after school, before school. We have students that were my students when I first started that are coming back because now they are in college and some of them are bringing their children back. Leonardo da Vinci currently has 3 programs on that campus, and each program is full to capacity with waiting lists. Our program is bringing in approximately $50,000 a month in fees when those parents could easily have gone to a free program. I urge you to reconsider closing our program because you will be closing a program that has been established at this district for over 30 years. And this is not just for myself, but for my co-teachers, for my students, for those parents who need that after-school care. We cannot survive with just one program. My program is only one class. You have us listed as 2. We're just one. And we've been working, and we have been bringing in money. And I really plead you to reconsider. And I am willing to roll up my sleeves and sit down at a table and discuss the matter. Because I know if we work together, there are other options in funding our program. Thank you.
Good evening again. I just want to note there's a little bit of a level of audacity of the question that came from the board about the timeliness of web updates when the communication staff is one of the many that is going to be impacted by pink slips. I think when we give blanket directives like keep the cuts away from classrooms and just give a number and not identify positions or responsibilities or roles, then we end up in situations like this where we're uninformed. And the loss of talent is something that cannot be measured. If our goal is to make the dollars make sense, that's fine. But at the end of the day, to speak to what we heard from the CBO last meeting, we need to focus on the operational nature of what we're doing. So if we're just focused on the dollars now, we're actually digging a deeper hole for ourselves in terms of how we fix the programmatic and systematic deficiencies that we've had for decades and generations. Board Member Ibarra spoke to this. The same questions that you guys are asking have been ever present at this very podium, at this dais for years, but when the money was coming in flurries of one-time funding, it was okay. We are talking too much right now about adults and positions and numbers and data and not children, and that can only be fixed if you guys maintain or create, because I've only seen a few of you guys actually at school sites in an enriching, engaging manner. You guys have to have relationships with people. It's the same reason that we have always invested in home visits and programs like PTA. Our attendance and engagement department is getting gutted, but yet you guys are talking about increasing attendance. I don't understand how those correlate or align. They're very conflicting statements, but if we focus on numbers instead of actual people's lives that we're impacting, then we can understand, like, are we making the right decisions, and we don't end up with what tonight is, which is a lot of back talk and back walking. If we take a little bit of time to take a breath and think through our decisions and conversations, and maybe we end up in something that's a little bit more clear to the public. Thank you.
No more public comment.
Thank you. Moving on to 8.0, consent agenda. I will entertain a motion. Member Singh.
I would like to pull 8.1C for discussion and otherwise move to approve the rest of our.
8.1C?
Yes.
Okay. 8.1C has been pulled. Anything else?
Can I add to the motion?
Yeah.
I think I would add to the motion that just given the current condition that we are in financially, I think it would be appropriate for us to continue not placing item 8.1C on a consent agenda, and we should make it a public item to converse. Just, while we are in the spirit of transparency and honesty.
Okay. So are we, you've got a motion to approve all others except 8.1C that have been pulled? Awesome. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So moved. All right. I will, let's vote.
Yes, thank you. Consent just. No, I mean a student member.
She's not telling you.
I'll catch up. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Member Singh, would you like to speak to your poll?
I would just appreciate Ms. Grant Dawson to come up and talk about 8.1C and specifically how this factors into the report that we just got for our budget.
Good evening again. So this factors into the report that you just heard. These items are budgeted. So we just looked at a report that revised your multi-year projection. In addition to which many of the items that are on here, especially special education, which just had an adjustment during your first interim, which was December of $30 million. This is the larger portion of the implementation of that $30 million. So there's like $22 million that are being applied to contracts, and then about $8 million that's being applied to salaries. 20, what did I say, 8 and,
22.
22 and 8.
22 to NPS.
Right, 22 to non-public schools, and then 8 to salaries. Right, in the contracts. So with that being said, that budget was approved as far as an increase in December. And then you're seeing the implementation of that, and the manifestation of that is in part contracts that are being amended and adjusted. There are other items on here that are not special ed, they're human resources, facilities, and those items still would also have to be in the budget in order for them to be able to move forward with the requisition and purchase order. There was also, again, interest in the workflow of how we review, and we're providing that information. So when you're looking at that cabinet member column, in addition to the department, this is also the staff's response to share who is responsible and what departments for each of these areas as well. So with that, if that helps with what's in there, what you saw as far as your revised multi-year projection, which again, the first interim included for special ed, the increase. The other departments, their budgets were already there.
Okay, in layman's terms, there's a positive of $3 million that you're showing us on our revised budget. The $3 million that we're seeing as in the positive and not in the negative that you just presented
The
to
cash?
us. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Is that understanding if this was approved by us, or is that without this approval? That's basically my question.
Because it includes the 30 million of expenditures already in the budget. So this is just articulating now where the 30 million is being spread.
Perfect.
Okay.
Exactly what I need to hear.
All right. Any other, would you like to move it?
Any other questions?
Nope.
Then I'll move it.
Okay, do we have a second? I'll second it. Okay. Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
9.0 Communications, 9.1 Employee Organization Reports, SCTA. No report? SEIU. TCS. Teamsters. And UPE AFSA Local 154 AFL-CIO. Welcome.
Good morning. No, I'm kidding. Not yet.
Thanks for the laugh.
Sorry. It's been a long day.
Uh-huh.
Good evening. My name is Marla Van Lanningham, and I'm speaking on behalf of United Professional Educators, AFSA Local 154, AFL-CIO, the recognized collective bargaining unit representing site and district administrators. I currently serve as the Secretary-Treasurer. This is my 20th year as a principal at James Marshall Elementary School. Before that, I served as an assistant principal at Marian Anderson Elementary. I was also a teacher in the district for over 9 years, and I'm a product of Sac City Unified Schools. In total, I've spent over 31 years in the district, leading schools through multiple budget crises, policy shifts, and other things. I speak tonight not from theory, but from lived experience. And that is the only part of my speech I am going to read, because 3/4 of it is out the window now. But I do have some things to say. As I was listening tonight, I was very disturbed by the fact that you're talking about being transparent, but only with certain groups. I feel like you take pride in including the two most powerful groups in our district while leaving us out. And we help run this school district. We help with the district office jobs, and we run the school sites. Yet we're left out of these important budget discussions that started yesterday. And where were we? not even an invitation. I realized that in the resolution it said that you had to meet with SCTA and SEIU at least, but why not include UPE? Very hurtful. I think it's important that when we are in fight or flight mode, that we don't just make arbitrary decisions that hurt our school district and our students. I understand that there was a panic, but that doesn't mean we need to make these decisions hastily. My last thing that I wanted to comment on was the implication that administrators are corrupt and that we do things illegally. If that's happening, there's a time and a place to address that, and at a public school board is not it. I am sorry for your experiences, but as a leader of over 20 years, that has never been my experience. I don't run my school that way, and I know the majority of my colleagues do not either. So let their bosses do their job and urge their bosses to do their job so that that corruption stops. But don't blanketly make the statement that administrators are corrupt. Thank you.
9.2 District Advisory Committees, Student Advisory Council.
Good morning, or evening. Feels like the morning now, just kidding. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Oni Gita. I'm joined by Rubina Yarzada, and we were previously joined before we begun by over half of the SAC. We came to show our support today. And before I begin, I'd like to hold space for Superintendent Allen and welcome our new interim superintendent, Kansi McCarn. We remember Superintendent Allen as a leader who truly cared about the students, and we can expect that she will continue to advocate for students even in retirement. Interim Superintendent McCarn, we're very excited to work alongside you to navigate this district with student voice as a priority. As a quick update regarding the discussions we've been holding within the Student Advisory Council, I'd also like to recognize the importance of those who should be at the center of all of our work, as they are forgotten in most communication decisions within this district, our students. We urge the board to prioritize transparency for students regarding all leadership changes, budget discrepancies, and matters that will directly affect our everyday learning. We must remember that without students, none of us would be here today. All work done should be done with the students in mind. You may think that we are apathetic to the affairs of the district, but I assure you today that many of us care deeply about what goes on. I've just had conversations with my fellow students about where this budget deficit will take us, and I can assure you that we are all uncertain and we're scared, and we want our district to still be what it is, a district that serves and protects our students. Your actions determine the quality of our education, and I urge you to please include students in communication of all affairs about the district in changes and updates, as we'd like to know who's making decisions on our education. I'd like to echo the words of Terrence Gladney. When you prioritize lives instead of numbers, you are prioritizing students and communities. We need more of our trustees to do visits at school sites and have connections with students and staff, because that is how together we are able to work together as a community and provide results that work for our communities. Thank you, and I will now be turning the rest of our time over to Rubina Yarzada to talk about the areas of focus for the school year in our Student Advisory Council. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Rubina Yarzada. Now focusing on our initiative and work for the SAC, we've landed on 4 focus areas that we'll be researching further and developing solutions to be presented. We've identified student voice, special ed, bathroom conditions, and equity and inclusion as our main focus areas, concluded by analyzing the surveys taken by many students around our district. These are all areas of work where we've noticed conflicts that negatively affect students both at the district and site levels. We believe they need attention immediately, and we're excited to work with our district departments to improve the quality of our campuses and the lives of our students. We'd also like to announce that we will be attending the Parent Leadership Conference on February 25th here at CERNA, where families are encouraged to come and gain insight on any areas of our district, ask questions, and feel heard. We are excited as some of our members will be participating as panelists too. We look forward to bringing you future updates on our student-focused work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Community Advisory Committee. District English Learner Advisory Committee. Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee. Black African American Advisory Board.
Good evening. I'm Terrence Gladney, Chair of the Black African American Advisory Committee, and I'm joined by Franchelle Brown, one of our board members. Today in Black History in 1979, General Frank Peterson Jr. was promoted to general. He was a lieutenant, but he was promoted to general, and he was the first African American to hold that rank in the U.S. Marine Corps in 1979. When we think about the contributions of Black people in America, whether through the Civil War, throughout history, we buried one of our own this earlier today. Malachi Smith was a serviceman. Despite the historical contribution, it takes years and it takes so much longer for our students to get and our people to get literally what they built and to see the fruit of that labor. We held a check-in meeting last night, and we were blessed to have in our space a student, Jalen, a beautiful young woman from Rosemont High School, and to have her center our space meant everything. It's imperative that we lead our work with student voice, and she opened the space up with her contribution towards what we'll hear about later in terms of African American Studies curriculum there. But the space was also joined by some other guests from the community. This month is just a microcosm of what the years and generations of Blacks in America have been. Our work stands on the shoulders of those from the task force and other iterations of conversation around Black scholars in Sacramento City Unified School District. When we look at these other agenda items that are coming up, early learning and care, facilities, the budget in and of itself, it is far beyond time that Black students are identified specifically by name in all of these things, whether it's from immigration, budgetary items and directives. There are recommendations, whether you guys were in your seats or not. You guys represent a continuum of seats. So whether you guys were here in 2019 or not, it is your duty and your responsibility to adhere to what was committed to by your body, which is the board. We know that tonight there's a celebration instead of a resolution, and we recognize that the resolutions we have had a hand in creating probably put too much pressure on you guys to be accountable for the things that you agreed to. So even if we put those aside, we could at least fulfill the recommendations. But I think the middle ground is this. At Brother Malachi's service earlier today, he received 3 resolutions. One from our city, from Mayor McCarty, one from the local chapter of the NAACP, and one from the state chapter of the NAACP, as well as another acknowledgement from VFW for his service to our country. So there is a middle ground. Turning away and shying away from the things that are tough is not what we reinforce to our students, right? So just because we push on you guys, as Board, Superintendent Allen said before, the push is what's necessary to the work. But when the work gets hard, as has been demonstrated by our people, we don't have a choice to turn away. So you guys should model for our students what is required, which is embracing the challenge and having the difficult conversation, not just in closed session, but in a transparent fashion so we can all take a part of it and we can all learn and grow from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Schools Advisory Committee.
Good evening, President Jean, Interim Superintendent
sorry.
McCarran.
Hold on one second. We're 2 minutes away. We have to extend our meeting.
I'm going to be the,
Before we extend, Member Benjamin had a suggestion. Oh, sorry. Member Benjamin suggested that we move our special presentation 10.1 and 10.2 so that we could do that next month at a much better time for celebrating Black History Month and our African American Studies update. And I believe Member Benjamin talked to the folks doing that presentation and it was moved.
Next month or next?
Next meeting.
meeting.
Next meeting. Oh, I'm at this point I might have and I apologize. It would be in 2 weeks next meeting. Yeah. So those will be postponed. With that, it looks like I probably got to ask for at least an hour of our meeting. Are you guys okay to move to, propose we go to 11:30 tonight? Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, aye. Thank you for letting us do that little bit. And please continue with your report.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Lynn Bienvenue, and I'm here to share brief highlights from our community schools work. I gave you all the monthly sheet. So far, we have over 30 site-level spelling bee champions studying for the district level B in March, that winner of that bee will go to will go to the national competition in May. February alone includes over 100 family, student, and staff gatherings across our 17 sites, from workshops and professional development to celebrations such as Black Parent Involvement Day across multiple sites on February 17th, and a Black History Month wrap assembly at Abraham Lincoln. We have Ramadan celebrations, Lunar New Year celebrations. We are just continuing to do our work, as you can see. Today, Brittany Barbone, our community school specialist from John Sloat, and I met with Big Brothers, Big Sisters to begin expanding mentoring opportunities, including school-wide assemblies and career days to make it more inclusive with everybody. We also initiated partnership conversations with UC Davis and their Department of Community Relations. In addition, the entire staff at Woodbine participated in a powerful and meaningful meeting focused on real transformation, what it looks like to disrupt what has always been done, and instead go deeper into relationships and the evolving needs of all staff, students, and families. Through our partnership with Alchemist and their newly awarded Conference of Mayors grant, we will be able to take our students to the field trips to the Florin Roods Farmers Market, expanding that experiential learning. Finally, working with district leadership and the Community Advisory Council, we finalized our plans for Kindness Week, which kicks off on Tuesday when we get back. Today, we concluded our PD at Woodbine with a speech by Dr. Cornell West, which led me to these thoughts. We are here during a difficult time in our district. Many are carrying concern and uncertainty. Naming that truth is not an act of division. It is the first step towards trust. During Black History Month, we are reminded that progress has never come from avoiding hard moments, but from meeting them together. Philosopher Dr. Cornell West offers us guidance when he says, "Hope is not optimism, hope is an active force. It is what we choose to practice when the road is unclear." I better hurry up. Hope does not mean ignoring challenges, it means believing that our shared values are stronger than them. As Dr. West reminds us, justice is what love looks like in public. In a school district, that love shows up as listening deeply, making thoughtful decisions, and keeping students, especially the most vulnerable, at the center of every choice. This community is full of people who care deeply, community partners, families, students, staff, and educators who show up every day. Families who believe in their children's futures, leaders who carry immense responsibility. Our task is not to assign blame, but to just recommit to transparency, collaboration, and learning from one another. I know we'll move forward with humility and hope in action. And thank you for your leadership and continued support with the growing SCUSD mindset of community schools. I'm sorry, I went over.
American Indian Education Program Parent Committee? All right, moving on to 9.3 Board Committee reports. Do we have any report from our budget, policy, or SPED committees? Member Kayada.
So I want to ask if anyone else has reports, because I have one for each of these, and I think that somehow happened.
Somehow
I'm
you
doing
get to do that.
three.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead and give us the updates.
Just want to make sure. We've been very busy. So I will start with the Special Education Subcommittee. So we have been working on this, Member Ibarra and I, for some time now. And a lot of it has been on background and getting to know each other and build trust between staff and the board such that we're able to have the difficult conversations. We're getting to the point now where we are starting to get into the work. And I don't have a very robust update at this time, but the updates will start to become more robust as the work starts to go. So one of the issues we're working on is the organizational structure of the special education department to make sure it best serves our students. We are looking at evaluating a way to serve students the appropriate, basically to give them FAPE in a manner that is cost effective while still fully providing them all services they need. And then finally, we have been talking about the special education department's budget. And I want to start by just acknowledging on behalf of the department, I know there has been, and on behalf of myself, and I think I would say Member Ibarra, as parents of students with disabilities, an unfortunate context of our budget crisis has been that special education caused it or is responsible. And I want to clarify that that is not the case. That was the immediate issue that brought us here, but it was not just limited to that one department. The special education department's budget was set at an artificially low level this year, and that is what has led us to this issue. They had a plan, and when the budget was brought to the board, unknowing to the board, it was insufficient. So that is, I would say, not falling on the back of these students. They did not cause this. It was our systemic culture that caused this. And I do want to give a heads up to some updates we've had in the most recent meeting. They are improving their trajectory within the department for fiscal purposes. They have taken $10 million off of their estimate for what they thought they were going to spend this year. This is a downward trend that suggests the department's fiscal oversight and strategic alignment are beginning to stabilize. And so not only will that help us with our budget this year, but it will help us better control costs in special education moving forward. There's more, but I think I've captured most of it for now. We will have more later. For the policy committee, we keep bringing the policies here. All the policies at this point are moving through the policy committee, which Member Jean, myself, and Member Singh are on. And we are working with council, working with staff closely to make sure that our policies are not just passed through when they need to be updated, but that they reflect the vision and values of our district. So we are moving through a bit of a backlog right now of required policies stemming from the Black Pillow School Board litigation, as well as the Attorney General settlement, and some other policies that were just kind of rising to the top. But we have Member Jean has a beautiful list of policies that we have in the queue, and we're going to be basically here with new policies at pretty much every meeting because we've got such outdated policies.
Beautiful list.
Yes. I did not intend that. Finally, the budget subcommittee. So this committee was recently formed, and we had our first meeting yesterday. Oh my! It feels like it was last week. So the purpose of this committee is still being determined, and generally, with the other committees we created, one of the first things we did when we started the committee was work with staff to identify the purpose and what we sought to accomplish. In this case, we used the first meeting of this committee as kind of a all hands on deck to figure out what can we do to provide staff direction and board direction so that the messaging and the understanding we have about our budget is aligned, because it hasn't been. So that was a conversation, and it started in part by inviting outside groups in, and that's not going to be the practice moving forward. This was a one-time thing and kind of an on-demand if needed, but I just want people to understand that's not the purpose of these committees. So we invited SEIU and SCTA representatives to talk with us about any ideas they might have for addressing the budget challenges. And I understand comments in the room tonight about why did we just invite them and why didn't we invite everybody. This was not meant to be a big conversation about labor needs or anything of that nature. The idea was we have two groups that represent the largest amount of money that's being spent in this district. And if they have ideas, those are the ones we wanted to look at first. But in no way was the intention not to talk to other people. I don't believe that the budget subcommittee will likely be serving as that purpose. There will be other venues by which we will bring all of our labor partners in. And just for myself, the door is always open for a conversation. For all the labor partners, I meet with you. I will meet with you more if you want to. So anyway, that is the updates.
Thanks for covering them all. Student member report, 9.4.
Oof. I'm usually in bed by now, but please, excuse any errors I make. But first, I'd start off by saying Happy Black History Month. This month is a very important time, but should not be the only time to emphasize and highlight Black excellence, culture, history, especially for many students in our district. Every day, I learn something new about my culture and heritage that makes me even more proud of my family and my surrounding community. Moving on, I'd just like to bring a student perspective regarding the budget. From what I hear at school, students are just very confused about what's going on within SUSD's current budget. And as concerns arise, I think students need a digestible and direct update about our fiscal plan, as well as briefings about how it may affect them. The budget, as it is right now, can be easily misunderstood. As a result, I feel like blame is being redirected from our students onto our special education department, and even our special education students who are being used as scapegoats. A lot of the acronyms and the vocabulary that we throw around at board meetings are also not easily understood, and it would be valuable to provide updates to our website with related information, or even have board members visit their school sites and provide a direct update with students. Next, I wanted to touch on the student walkout that happened last Friday. Most of our students across various high schools participated in this walkout and utilized their voice to speak out against the recent actions of ICE within our community. And I'm endlessly proud of the CKM, JFK, SES, Burbank, Carver, West Campus, the Met, Hiram, health professions, and everyone else who participated. I have faith in our future because of how engaged our generation is. It takes bravery and courage to actively put yourself in a tumultuous situation as a way to stand against the heinous tactics that we've seen come to light recently. While many regarded the oppression as unprecedented, this is not the first time in history that we've witnessed governmental power being used against marginalized groups. I hope that this walkout is just the beginning of our increased student involvement and not the last. Lastly, to end on a good note, there's going to be a Black Excellence and Empowerment Fair organized by a student at the Met High School on February 20th. The mission of this event is to allow the community to kind of witness and participate in the different layers of Black culture. So if able, I urge all of our community to come and check it out. This will take place on February 20th again from 6 to 9 p.m. at 810 V Street. So please don't hesitate to go. And thank you.
9.5, interim superintendent report.
Thank you. Thank you, President Jean, board members, and community for welcoming me into this position. I also want to thank and appreciate Superintendent Allen for her many, many years of hard work and her heart work, as she would say, that she has put into this district that she loves and that we all love. I look forward to working with and representing the district. I know the work ahead will be difficult, that it is complex, and I look forward to all the collaborative efforts that it's going to take for us to continue to move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like I said a lot, so I'm going to skip 9.6 and go to 9.7. Is there any information sharing from board members? Member Ibarra.
Okay, so a couple of different things. The first one I want to do is give a shout out to the students for their participation and their bravery in the walkout demonstration that took place. I was very fortunate in that some students from West Campus, including our board president, our student board member here asked for my support that day. And so I actually got to ride the bus with a group of students. And I share this because we had a situation where I had to adult in mama mode. And I share that because it reminds me that we cannot drop the ball on the conversation around the regional transit and the lack of the many needs our students have. And I think that that experience that day was just a reality check for me to not drop the ball on that conversation. The second thing I want to say is I just want to echo a lot of the sentiments that were shared about Superintendent Lisa Allen. She is a huge part of my advocacy and journey in Sac City. And just, you know, it's unfortunate that in Black History Month, we are saying goodbye to such an awesome leader. But I also want to say that it's also a moment to pause and reflect on the greatness that Black leaders bring, not only to our district, but to our community. And just everything that Lisa embodied and taught me in the short time I got to serve on this board alongside her are lifelong lessons that I think I'll carry with me forever. And lastly, I just want to share a brief message on behalf of the Community Advisory Committee. I'm always honored to speak on behalf of the CAC for special education. I want to do a shout out to CAC's community schools and FACE as they're going to kick off SUSD's Kindness Week that's happening from February 10th through the 13th. Kindness is how we show care, respect, and empathy, especially when it's needed most. Right now, our students, families, and staff are navigating a lot, and even small acts of kindness can help create school communities where everyone feels seen, supported, and valued. Throughout the week, the Community Advisory Committee will be visiting school sites and inviting students and staff to participate in Kindness Spirit Week and Random Acts of Kindness Challenge. And we want to encourage those of you at our campuses to also be a part of those, encouraging simple actions that build connection and belonging. And we want to extend that to everyone. That includes students, families, educators, staff, and leaders to join us. And I want to encourage my fellow board trustees here to participate as well. Look at your schools. There are going to be lots of spirit weeks going on. See how you can participate there. And don't forget to tag SUSD or hashtag SUSD during Spirit Week so that we can continue to highlight all of the greatness going on during Kindness Week. So because kindness doesn't have to be big and powerful, sometimes one small act is enough to change someone's entire day. Thank you.
Member Singh.
I will try to keep it brief. I also want to echo just the pride that I had in being out there with our students last Friday and community. And, you know, we've been out there multiple times. I had the privilege of doing a Know Your Rights presentation right after. It was just got to take that energy into the next space that I was in and providing folks with legal services. I also want to mention that I will have more to say now that we're moving Black History Month celebration to 2 weeks from now. But I want to mention the heaviness that Black History Month does carry. Today would actually have been Trayvon Martin's 31st birthday. And Trayvon Martin was born in February and murdered in February. And I say this because celebration of any community, we celebrate because folks have bore the brunt of the worst. So we have to figure out ways how to celebrate them, and honoring oftentimes, especially for marginalized communities that we come from, we honor because we've lost so much. So we find ways to celebrate. So I just wanted to reflect on the fact that it would have been his 31st birthday today. And we happen to have a board meeting. So that's all I really got to share. And I just appreciate this team. And I also echo the sentiment about what Lisa Allen has showcased for this district. But I also want to emphasize the ability of this district to find a way forward. And I appreciate and look forward to the leadership of Ms. McCarn. Thank you.
Member Benjamin.
Yeah, so I want to say happy Black History Month, excuse me. You know, it's especially important, I think, in this day and time that we take the time to really, you know, look at the contributions that people have made to, you know, what we call America, you know. And me being an African-American man, you know, who was a product of Sacramento City Unified School District, I've had the opportunity to learn under and be inspired by some powerful African-American leaders and educators, Adolphus McGee, Ike Turner, Ike Turner, I'm sorry. Ike Padgett. Ike Turner, no, that's fine. Ike Padgett, I'm sorry. And, as well as my parents, who are products of Sacramento City Unified School District. But I just want to say that I want to highlight Black Pillow School Board. We have a Black Involvement Day, Black Parent Involvement Day, and we'll be doing it February 17th. And it looks like we'll be doing it at Oak Ridge, Pacific, and Parkway. And so we want to invite all the parents to come out to Black Parent Involvement Day. And happy Black History Month. Thank you.
Moving forward to 11.2, early learning and care update.
Good evening, everyone. Erin Finley, Interim Chief Academic Officer. I'm joined here by Makako Fisher-Hill, our Assistant Superintendent of Early Learning and Care. Tonight, we are presenting an Early Learning and Care Department update with you. Our intention this evening is to provide you with a thorough overview of the funding structure of our preschool programs and share recommendations for fiscal and program alignment for the 26-27 school year.
Our presentation will cover 3 areas: an overview of our federal and state funding preschool structure, the current reality of the challenges we face, and recommendations for programs and staffing alignment.
Do you have the clicker?
Oh,
I do.
okay. All right. So to understand our preschool programs, we must first look at how we're funded. We operate on a blending of funds, federal grants, and state funds, all restricted dollars. Federally, we receive Head Start and Early Head Start grants through Sacramento Employment Training Agency, SETA, for infants through preschool. And at the state level, we earn funds through the California State Preschool Program and CCTR General Child Care and Development Funds for infants and toddlers. State funds are different from Head Start funds in that they are earned based on enrollment, and meaning if our enrollment drops, our funding follows. We are capped at earning a maximum reimbursement rate. And I must mention for our state funds, we have been under the pandemic era relief up until this year. Until the end of this school year, the state has allowed us to earn up to our maximum reimbursement, regardless of our actual enrollment. We are currently facing a perfect storm, if you will, of fiscal challenges. First, the expansion of universal TK has created internal competition for the same age group of 4-year-olds. As of the 25-26 school year, UTK is now available for all 4-year-olds. Those 4-year-olds were students who previously were served in our preschool programs and filled our preschool classrooms. Thus, we have not reached full enrollment in our preschool programs for the current school year. And second, the era of fiscal relief that was pandemic-related, which held us harmless, is ending for our state-funded portion of the program. In the upcoming school year, we will no longer receive the fiscal relief that protected our funding during periods of low enrollment, and we must now earn our funding through actual student enrollment. Current enrollment trends indicate that we will fail to meet our full state maximum reimbursement amount, and this means that every slot left unfilled represents a direct loss of revenue, contributing to our projected negative balance. Finally, we're grappling with escalating operational costs, including unfunded salary increases and staffing mandates that have outpaced our revenue. We now have a funding gap where our operational costs continue to rise, but our earned federal revenue of Head Start and Early Head Start is flat funded, and the state portion of our earnings, we anticipate not earning the full state MRA due to the end of the held harmless era. And we're looking at current enrollment trends. I'll now invite Interim Chief Academic Officer Finley to present our framework for restructuring the department.
Before we move to our recommendations, I want to clarify our procedural timeline and intentions this evening. We are presenting these items tonight as information for you to consider in anticipation of the staffing and reduction in force decisions you face next week. It is important to note that per CBA, changes to ELC programming must be discussed with labor partners by March 1st, and the ELC department must submit our formal refunding application with a balanced budget to Head Start by March 6th. To be clear, our partnership with SETA, which is our local oversight agency, has highlighted a significant risk to this program. Without these structural adjustments, we jeopardize our grant compliance and the very existence of our early learning programs. Thus, while these recommendations are difficult to consider, this realignment is not just about solvency. It is a proactive strategy to protect our core services and retain our talented staff by grounding our model in fiscal reality. Our first program recommendation is to align our capacity with our current enrollment and funding. Based on fiscal modeling, we can achieve this by reducing our program from 34 to 28 classrooms, specifically maintaining 25 preschool classes and 3 toddler classes. This recommendation will result in a reduction of 6 classrooms and a shift from 768 students to 624. Operationally, we will also transition remaining 12-month programs to 10-month schedules and move part-day slots to full-day slots to maximize state reimbursement. We will use a regional strategy and collaborate with our funders to ensure that high-need hubs remain accessible so we can continue to serve our most vulnerable populations. To align the program with the district's fiscal solvency plan, our second recommendation is to close 4 specific before and after school age programs that are no longer self-sustaining or need to be diverted to core operations. 3 fee-based programs, 1 at Matsuyama and 2 at Leonardo da Vinci, and 1 at Martin Luther King Jr. Collectively, these program recommendations will involve a reduction of 4 teacher FTEs and 1 instructional aide FTE. Our third recommendation is to align the central office support structure with program capacity and Head Start obligations. Current support staffing was built for an era when enrollment was triple what it is today. We are recommending a reduction to 20 FTE, the minimum support staff complement our local funders have stated they require to provide grant-mandated program support and licensing oversight. This includes reclassifying the assistant superintendent role to a director and reducing various coordinator and specialist positions. For the 26-27 school year, we face a total negative balance of approximately $633,000. Thus, our final recommendation to maintain program solvency and preserve as many classrooms as possible, limiting the impact on students, families, and staff, is to cover this deficit using one-time ELC relief funding. This bridge year is critical. We will use it to shift our focus toward high-demand infant and toddler services and collaborate with teachers and labor partners around sustainable salary schedules for ELC staff. However, if we cannot achieve fiscal alignment by the end of next year, the district may be forced to further reduce programs and transfer services to an external provider. This final slide provides a detailed breakdown of our projected revenue and expenditures for the 26-27 school year. We chose to provide this deep dive into our decision-making today to give you the full context before next week's decisions. Our staff has worked tirelessly building dozens of budget models in order to arrive at this model and these recommendations, which we believe prioritize student services, protect those services by adhering to programmatic requirements, and minimize the impact of necessary program closures. In closing, we value your insights and that of our community on this framework and your commitment to our families as we move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, board discussion. No, this is an information item, so it's just Any questions, comments, thoughts? Member Ibarra.
I do have some questions. Like I appreciate this presentation, by the way, thank you for this. I just, as a parent of someone who understands the importance of preschool, I just have a lot of questions on how the decision was ultimately made for the recommendations, only because I see that as a district, we are slowly doing away with preschool. And that concerns me when we're having conversations around wanting to bring more families back to the district. That is one of, I think, one of the things we really need to factor into these conversations. And so that's why I'm bringing it up here, is that data tells us that when you have kids who are able to access preschool, and now we have TK, that actually puts them at a higher chance of having, good attendance. But we continue to have conversations about taking away those programs and then expecting them to have these habits by the time they get to TK or kindergarten. So with that in mind, as we're trying to fix the temporary budget problem, I completely see why we would go in this direction. But when we think bigger picture and really wanting to bring families back, we have to factor in what does that look like. And I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but those are my comments for right now, if that makes sense.
Member Kayada?
Yeah, we don't have any comments here at 11, but there are comments about this. A lot of the people who are in these programs, whether it be the preschool or the non-ELOP before and after school, this is in some ways as important to them as the services they're getting within the school day hours. Previously, the board had kind of expressed thoughts in the same vein, and we had asked progress or evaluation of our ability to maybe consolidate these instead of closing them altogether. I know for preschool, that seems like we've moved in that direction. I guess my question would be for the before and after school programs. We basically have programs in 2 clusters. Well, I mean, we have 2 of them at LDV and then 2 at Matsuyama and MLK, which are like 3/4 of a mile apart from each other. I guess I'm just asking, we don't think that if we consolidated these to be like kind of one in Hollywood Park and one in Pocket, that they could be sustaining? We couldn't get the families to be there?
Currently, our Leonardo da Vinci program has good enrollment. So that program actually is fee-based. So that's part of the fiscal solvency plan. So it was one of the items to be eliminated in the fiscal solvency plan. So I think Leonardo da Vinci's enrollment could possibly sustain. Matsuyama and MLK have different funding streams. So Matsuyama operates under parents paying fees, and MLK operates under our CCTR grant.
Okay. And are you proposing to close all the LDV ones? Or was there a talk about leaving one?
That was one of the requirements in the fiscal solvency plan, was to close non-ELOP before and after school programs. So if we want to reevaluate any of those, we are happy to do that and bring that data back to you. I will say that, as Makako said, one of the things that we're also looking at is where there are other childcare opportunities available in these regions, and so we can share that data as well. We can provide a follow-up to the BC that we provided on this that shares some further information about it.
Okay, yeah, it's late, so I feel like I'm not being as clear as I want to be, but I guess what I'm asking ultimately is for the scalpel to be applied here as well. So if we're able to keep some of this in a way that we're close to being solvent, or maybe like close, $500,000, $600,000 is not something that the general fund should be subsidizing. But if we have the option for it to be self-sustaining or close to it, then I think we should try to keep whatever programs we can, because they do offer real benefits to our district. This is not just a nice thing to have. This is critical to why a lot of families choose to enroll their kids here, rather than go to other schools, go to charter schools, go to private schools in some cases. So I just want to recognize that this might save a little bit of money if we close these, but we could also lose families.
Yeah, we will follow up and share that data with you. And can I just respond briefly to Trustee Ibarra's comment. As far as the slowly doing away with preschool, what I want to go back to is what Makako shared early on in the presentation, is that what we're seeing is a shift right now because we have universal TK. And so what we want to shift to is, instead of competing with ourselves for 4-year-olds, we want to complement that with earlier programs, so infant and toddler programs, so that we have a through line, right? So we have a feeder where we have infant and toddler, and then we provide the TK as much as we can through the district programs or through the universal TK program. And so the intention is not to do away with preschool, but to shift so that we have complementary programs instead of competitive programs. And looking at this, what we see is lower enrollment in some of these, and we actually have worked pretty closely with SETA over the last month or so to try to identify, could we transition those programs now to infant and toddler programs? And SETA has indicated that their primary focus is for us to get to a consistent framework for solvency and being able to fully fund the program, and then go through the transition of switching to infant and toddler from 4-year-old programs. And so this was a joint discussion with them about which of them we could transfer or transition and which we needed to keep for now to demonstrate that we can support the program, because infant and toddler programs actually require more oversight and central office support than do the 4-year-old programs, the preschool programs. And so we're trying to balance that out in terms of knowing that we want to reduce as much central office administrative support as we can, but also knowing that if we transition, we have to then increase it to be able to maintain the licensing and requirements.
Member Singh.
So I think that's addressing a lot of the questions I had. So I think there's alignment for me in terms of creative ways to consolidate. I guess that's the best way to bring it up. I'm going to specifically, really quickly talk about, and it's not specifically mentioned here, but I know it's a discussion around parent participation preschool programs. And when those groups have come to us, and some of those parents and teachers were here tonight, I think it's in the same vein. Consolidation is important. Parent participation preschool program plays a pretty important role, and it's very unique, and it does bring communities and folks into our district. But I also know that having a classroom with like 2 kids is not the solution, right? But I also know that school sites such as Tahoe Elementary School has, from my understanding, a very successful and robust parent participation preschool program. So I do want to figure out how we can, when you guys are talking about regional hubs, maybe think creatively about which school sites can act as regional school sites for us to consolidate students to perhaps preserve such programs, right? So I know that there's campuses maybe just less than a mile away that are serving the same purpose, right? How do we consolidate to one school site? I would hate to see the programs go away, especially on the guise of budget cuts, that we think parent participation preschool program, for example, is not important. It is. And the one thing I'm going to use the I statement, we're not here to turn this district into every single surrounding district. There's nothing unique about us if we aren't giving opportunities to communities. The reason we do have to take certain costs in our district is because we also have one of the most diverse and unique set of students. We have English learners, we have refugees in this refugee communities who are trying to quote unquote catch up to what we expect them to catch up to. When folks decide to throw our English proficiency rates around and math rates around, they kind of forget the communities that we're serving in comparison to communities just a few miles away from here, where housing prices may be different and communities of color may not be living there. So I want to be mindful of what we bring to the table and why communities choose to come to us or are forced to live in the district, and we have to cater to them, not say we're going to take a program away, knowing that that program is serving some of the most vulnerable in our community. So I don't think that's lost on you both, and don't think that I want to be very clear, I don't think that is. But I want to offer that we want to figure out ideas of consolidation and maximizing opportunities, because the idea of just closing is really scary to people. And I know that once we close something, we're not going to open it back up. I don't want to lie to ourselves. It's very hard to fill these positions. And also, last thing I want to mention is that if we are going to transition for certain school sites at some point, I want to figure out a pathway for those teachers who have been teaching in parent participation or other school sites, for them to have a pathway to teach TK or other things. I think there's credentialing that they need to get support in. I would encourage us to look at what that credentialing process looks like. We have had a difficult time filling teacher jobs in this district in the past, so why not create an opportunity for folks who already work here to find a path forward and not lose their employment? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to 11.3, dependent charter fiscal distress and potential closure.
Okay. I am going to start tonight. So I, Amanda Goldman, here to present our dependent charter fiscal distress update and potential closures. Like all of the decisions we've talked about tonight, this is also going to be a hard one, and I hope that we can engage with it as meaningfully as we can at this late hour. We always have this slide up here, and I just want to emphasize one of the ways that we operationalize our core values around options for students is in our specialized small schools. They are part of our discussion tonight. I'm going to frame this, I'm going to do a very specific order to this presentation tonight that I hope will model clear, fact-based decision-making for everybody. It's a model that a friend of mine who is a bit of a hothead uses a lot when needs to communicate difficult things, so I hope that it resonates with you all. And much like when you learned in school to read the questions before you read the passage, I'm going to tell you what comes at the end. At the end of this conversation, I'm going to make what I'm calling fair requests, and I'm asking for clear and decisive direction around two key issues: school closure on the basis of fiscal insolvency and terms of our dependent charter MOU. Lastly, I want to make sure I always put the disclaimer when we're talking about money. At this point in the year, we're always talking about projections. They're not real dollars until they're real dollars. My staff has worked really hard to give you the closest projections that we can at this point, but it's always important to remember that that is what they are. I'm going to quote Member Singh, "Transparency is ugly." I like that. It's true. And so in the framing for tonight, I want to emphasize that it is ugly, but I also see an opportunity here. We as leaders, and everyone in this room is that, have an opportunity to take something that is hard and make sure that it's hard and not traumatic. And I believe that we can do that through thoughtful early action, supporting our community through hard decisions. When we delay, we increase disruption, we limit our options. So tonight I really want to ask you to consider these guiding questions. How do we as leaders limit harm? What if evidence indicates that a fiscal recovery is likely or unlikely? And how do we preserve what the district values without worsening our fiscal situation? So the first fact I'm going to present is, I think, a good one. Our 5 dependent charter schools all are projected to have enough money to get through this year. Yay. That's exciting. We did not know that that was going to happen. That is a product of really strategic use of one-time funds, some smart budgeting, and the Fund 09 cleanup measures that you all approved a few weeks back. I also want to note on this slide that I am saying 5. Legally, we have 5 dependent charters. I know we think of the Bowling Greens as 2 schools. They are legally 1 school, and I cannot disentangle their funds in a way that is helpful or healthy for the community. So I am going to present them here tonight as one because I think that's very important, and we'll talk more about that later. Moving on in facts that are not as positive, not all of our dependent charter schools are projected to have adequate funds for the coming year, the 26-27 year. We finished budget development yesterday. And of our 5 dependent charter schools, based on what we know today, George Washington Carver will run out of money sometime in the middle of next year. We'll talk about exactly how many dollars and all of that later, but they are our school that is projected to end with a negative fund balance, no money in the savings account, and also that means no money in the reserves. So a few details about what's going on in the fiscal situation at George Washington Carver. Back in December, we formally noticed the community. Remember, you talked about the 2 hats, you as the governing board and the authorizing board. We asked for 3 things. Number 1, to be able to demonstrate that the school could end this year with funds, and yes, they can. Number 2, that the school could end next year with funds. And the answer right now is it depends. Depending on some decisions made tonight, their current projected ending fund balance, that's the amount of money left in the bucket at the end of the year, is between negative $290,000 and negative $400,000. I say it depends because there are some paths around that, and we will talk about it. We also asked that they had reasonable enrollment projections, and what I mean by reasonable is that they were based in reality. They were based on intent to return of students, students who had applied, students who had enrolled. And yes, they have met that requirement. Currently, Carver has between 140 and 170 students projected to be enrolled next year, and that number seems fairly accurate. However, with all of those pieces, Carver would need between $300,000 and $400,000 of grant revenue for next year to be solvent in the 26-27 school year. I say grant revenue because obviously increased enrollment is great, but increased enrollment means increasing staffing, and so sometimes the numbers don't balance out. So we really need some one-time general fund revenue. There is a lot of work in motion. Carver's made a very strong continued push for enrollment, tour days with local area charter schools, homeschool programs, on-site registration support. They've already received at least $20,000 from local foundations and are awaiting responses for more. And they've applied for quite a substantial amount of grant funding we are awaiting responses on. I also want to speak to Bowling Green a little bit in detail. 2 schools, 1 charter. As we know, they are legally one entity. And combined, they do demonstrate solvency through the end of next year. If nothing changes, they, like all of our charter schools, are in trouble for the following year, but we'll get to that. But most importantly, when I do projections showing a more combined use of resources, they definitely come to a place of solvency much more quickly. So in motion, again, we have strategic enrollment efforts. We have 2 TK programs opening at that site in the coming year. We have increased spaces in their dual immersion program, which is probably their most sought after program. Targeted community outreach to some private schools that happen to be closing in the near future. We are really hopeful that they want to come hang out with us. We have cost saving measures, and like I said, we're talking about consolidation efforts. There's a cost-benefit analysis to our timeline. An early decision allows us time to plan. We can figure out where students are going to land. We can figure out where staff are going to land. We can notify staff. We can make sure that we aren't on the hook next year for staff that we don't have a place for. It also really limits the stress for students. We know what's going on, stress for students and families. Currently, we are in our open enrollment window. So if we're looking to move those students, that's a big part of that. On the other hand, Carver is waiting on a lot of information. They're waiting on responses about grant funds. They're waiting on more information about the realness of enrollment. Enrollment's kind of a tricky thing. Right now, people are saying they're going to come, but until they come, you don't really know if they're going to come. And I want to be clear, they don't run out of money until mid next year. So just giving that in our timeline. I'm going to slightly switch gears to talk about the MOU between the district and the dependent charters. I'm going to do that because these 2 things are related. We have, come on, help, Danielle. Okay, there we go. We currently have an almost finalized version of the MOU, and I I want to talk about it because the long-term solvency of not just Carver, but all of our schools really depends on some decisions we make tonight. I want to be clear, in all versions, the dependent charters are still paying the district quite a bit of money for the services they provide. At minimum, they pay $4 million a year for special ed and administrative services. They pay for their facilities, they pay for their utilities, they pay for my department, all of those things. That is not being asked to come out in any way, shape, or form. What we are asking is to look at the way we're calculating those costs and try to make them a little bit more of a fit to the role they play in our community. And that would save the charters about $500,000 a year without costing the district anything, frankly, because we don't budget for that money. Every year I hand it over and say, look, here it is. And everyone's like, oh, great. So it's not a cut to the budget. And if we know how much it's supposed to be, we could actually put it in the budget, which would be a really great thing for everybody. We also are asking for some additional direction around providing avenues to stabilization. We're talking about what's going on with our reading intervention teachers. We're talking about what's going on with some of our non-classroom FTEs. We're talking about looking at shared program models like co-location and consolidation of duplicate services. And we're talking about more cohesive integration of enrollment and outreach. I don't want to go into this in great detail, but what I want to show you is that there is a path to solvency for all of these schools. And if you look at the first 3 lines, we get to that path to solvency at no cost to the district for New Joseph, New Tech, and the Met. With a little bit of work, we get Bowling Green there, and with additional grant funding, we could get Carver there, but yes, it would take quite a bit of grant funding. I'm sorry I'm going over, but it's very important, and I'm gonna keep talking, I apologize. So I wanna move to feelings very quickly, and I was looking for a quote from a very smart person, but I couldn't find one, so I'm quoting myself. But as I see it, resources are the difference between hardship and trauma. If we make good decisions that allow us to allocate resources to support our community, we can take something that's hard and teach and support folks with how to deal with something hard. If we don't, and if we just drop it, it's trauma, and it's traumatic for our community. And we really need to think about how we do that in this moment. Okay. I also just want to note that these budgets represent a microcosm of our bigger budget, and if we can figure out a path to solvency for them, we can figure out a path to solvency for the larger district. So here are the requests. Request number 1, I'm asking the board if the board wishes to pursue possible closure of George Washington Carver or any of the dependent charter schools ahead of the 26-27 year. If you make that motion tonight, staff would start that work. We would we would notify staff, we would start meeting with students, we'd make a plan for facilities, we'd make a plan for the community. And then we would bring that back to you in the form of a resolution, which you could choose to walk back at any point, but we would at least have the plan in place. Right now, we're just wondering. Request number 2, I'm gonna ask if the board has any preferences around the terms of the MOU, because I would very much like to start to implement it right away so that, again, we can budget appropriately and eliminate confusion and uncertainty for these schools and start building that path to solvency. And lastly, this one is less important, but if you have any input on any of the other measures that we talked about, always love to hear it. I'm gonna end with a quote from my favorite leader. Strong ground is where stability meets momentum. For many weeks now, we've been talking about getting momentum towards fiscal solvency. And I really hope that in this presentation today, I have provided the stability to meet with that momentum to move us forward. Thank you, and I will take questions.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 16 speakers, which puts us over the 15-minute per topic limit.
Would that be 1 minute per person, or does it need to be
We can
under?
we can go 1 per person if
Okay,
that's how you
let's
want.
do 1 minute per person. Thank you.
1 minute per speaker. So we begin with Jennifer Dilley, followed by Jacinto Noriega, and then Alicia Mendoza.
Buenas noches. Soy el maestro Noriega y hoy voy a hablar de mi escuelita, New Joseph Bonheim. Es una escuela que fue creada por la comunidad, la escuela dedicada a servir a los estudiantes que viven en el barrio que yo vivo. My community wanted a school that could meet the needs of our own future leaders and that other public schools couldn't meet. And the community took the steps to create NJB as a solution for those needs. This is the escuelita that I later joined as an educator. So, as an educator, I'm privileged to work with other talented and dedicated professionals. My escuelita reflects and responds to the realities of my community, providing working families extended care before and after school to allow parents to work their full shifts. My escuelita reverberates with the many languages spoken in my community. And as a staff, we reflect the diverse skin tones of the students we serve. At my escuelita, we're providing a living and breathing learning environment that is unique to Sac City Unified. NJB is a school that embraces agriculture. We are growing and expanding our campus orchard. Our students are on track to be composting their own food waste. And every week, our students are physically connected to the soil of the valley, the same soil that is the economic backbone of our state. And New Joseph Bonheim is a place that supports all learners because all our learners are as diverse as the communities we serve and that I believe in and that I live in. Y gracias.
Thank you.
We had Jennifer, no, okay. Alicia Mendoza.
It'll take more than a minute because it's my school. It's my community. So, good evening. My name is Diane Wiley, and I serve as the principal of New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter. NJB serves 300 students in one of the lowest income, highest density housing zip codes in Sacramento. Our unduplicated population is 89%. It's almost 20% above the district average. We are located between two superintendent priority schools, Wilsey Wood and Hiram Johnson. The district does not advertise or promote NJB. Families choose NJB. Enrollment has grown by 65 students in the past 2 years as we intentionally develop a school vision and a focus on collective action. Inside the classrooms, we've strengthened our literacy systems. Outside the classroom, teachers, here they are, honor a collective agreement to effective common planning time. NJB chooses to administer iReady 3 times a year. NJB chooses to conduct DIBELS 3 times a year. NJB chooses to implement SIPs in grades 1 through 6. These are staff-driven decisions. Our teachers ask for data. They want clarity about where students are performing. They design instruction based on evidence, but with the freedom to find joy in their profession. Sound too good to be true? Come by NJB at 7 a.m. in the morning and see the most amazing staff tending to their craft for the benefit of students. This is not required. This is professional ownership. This work is staff-driven and community-supported. We used its grant money to fund a full-time science coordinator. All students receive science instruction and participate in structured outdoor learning that deepens their connection to nature, to learning, and to a love for school. We are investing nearly $100,000 in a living schoolyard funded through grants, not district funds, and an additional $20,000 into mud gardens and natural climbing challenges that support resilience, discovery, and problem solving. For many of our students, there is no yard at home. There is no green space. NJB is their green space. We are working with Jeff Wynn and the hard-working facilities team, plumbers, carpenters, groundspeople, to complete much of the work as possible. At a time when the district faces fiscal challenges, NJB is reinvesting our grant money back into the district. We are planning a Miyawaki mini forest and the only one in the Sacramento region. We've partnered with Breathe California. Our after-school program currently serves 50% of the students. After spring break, we will open another 30 seats. How do we do this? We work with the Innovative Schools team and our IAS to manage our funds responsibly and strategically. As a result, NJB expects grant allocations to increase in 2026-27. This is careful fiscal management It is not a failing school as the budget may suggest. Now let me speak directly to the general fund. That seems to be the common topic. Next year, NJB projects a $500,000 shortfall in the general fund. The funding obligation for 2 reading intervention teachers totals $2 million over 5 years. When I was directed to post and hire these positions under the SCTA agreement, I complied. Per the MOU, NJB was required to hire 2 reading intervention teachers and next year a school nurse and social worker. But unlike other elementary schools, the district did not fund the position. This is the heart of the issue. When the MOU is presented publicly, it did not state that the individual charter sites would be fully responsible for funding these positions. That omission and lack of transparency matters. Had the obligation been funded, as it is for other elementary schools, NJB would project a positive balance of $300,000 rather than a deficit. This is not mismanagement by NJB. This is a structural funding decision that placed a small school with one of the most marginalized student populations at a financial risk. The district knew it was putting elementary charters in a risky financial situation, but it did not share this with site leaders. In these challenging fiscal times, the board has an opportunity to lead. You please follow through on the MOU as agreed with SCTA and retroactively fund the RIT positions for at least this year. Going forward, either continue that funding or release NJB from that requirement. And if NJB is seen as the value to you, then make structural adjustments, including adopting Model B as proposed by Dr. Goldman. And this is not just NJB. Together with Bowling Green, Chacon, and McCoy, our school serves 600 students. If these schools close, where do 600 students go? Within 0.3 miles of our campus, new housing is being developed. These children will need schools. The schools in the area cannot absorb this many students, and most likely, families will leave the district for independent charters. Closure shifts the pressure. It doesn't solve it. Closures do not fix structural problems. It shrinks enrollment.
I'm really sorry.
It
Can you
destabilizes
please?
community.
I really
and
want to hear what you say,
reduces
but
risk.
we're at time, so please
Thank
wrap
you.
up.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to?
No, that's
okay.
good. Yeah.
Thank you. So we're hitting a. Thank you very much. We're hitting a problem. I misjudged how long our meeting was going to go, and our bylaws hold that since we extended to 11:30 and it's now 11:30, we can't go on. Is there anything we can do legally? Because I hate that everybody's here and here to talk to us, and we've started this topic. We have moved the next 2 presentations to next meeting. So it's just wrapping up this one to hear from everybody and discuss. Is there a way we can do that?
Well, as you mentioned, the bylaw does say this is 9323 is the meeting shall be extended no more than once and subsequently may be adjourned to a latter date. Our problem is it says a latter date as opposed to a later time. In other instances, we could say you adjourn and reconvene at 11:35. Your bylaw says another date.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would latter date be 12 o'clock at midnight?
It would. No, yes, it would.
Really?
It would. Yes, it would. And that's.
So we just have to wait a half hour till midnight.
Just offering solutions.
I'm simply following your bylaw. That's exactly right.
It's 12 o'clock somewhere.
I mean, mountain time.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So I guess what we're currently doing is moving to recess or adjourn until midnight, and we'll resume in 29 minutes for those who want to be here and stay. And I really do apologize. That's on me. I misjudged how much longer this would all take.
Can we move the other items off for the rest?
We already moved the other items off.
Like my present, okay, everything
Yeah,
else?
we're gonna move everything else. Oh, do we need to do the first read? We have to do the first read. It has to get started.
It's gonna be hella quick. Oh, sorry, my mic's on.
So we are on pause for 26 minutes or so. I really apologize. All right, I have some excellent news. We have conferred with legal and we have come up with a plan. We are going to entertain a motion to suspend this particular bylaw, and if we have a supermajority vote of the board, we can continue. Woohoo! So, thank you to our legal. Legal, can you get me the official number, Roy? Can you give me the official number of the bylaw so we can be very specific about which one we are suspending?
Yes, it is bylaw 9323.
All right. So I will entertain, board, I need you back on the dais. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
If we got 5, if we get 5 of 5 right now, we're good to go.
Motion.
All right, the motion is to suspend bylaw 9.253. Is that correct?
Forever.
9.253 for the remainder of this meeting. Do I have a second?
I second.
Do we need a roll call vote? Okay, roll call vote.
Aye.
Member D,
I like that you're all voting now. Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
We have a supermajority. We can continue our meeting. Thank you. All right. Where are we at in our speaking list? Sorry, I think we're confirming something. Where are we at in our speaking list?
Okay, Diana Martinez is next, followed by Jennifer Ikemoto, and then Jessica Martin. And Jessica Martin has 4 cards for 4 minutes.
All right.
Diana's going to yield her minute so I can have 2. So good evening. My name is Jennifer Ikemoto. I'm a parent of a first grader at New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter, NJB, and I am currently the steering committee president. I'm here this evening to stress to the board the importance of honoring the MOU between SCUSD and NJB regarding district-funded positions. My child didn't start out at NJB, and as a family who believes in public school system, we were enrolled in our neighborhood school, which wasn't a good fit. We considered our options of pulling our child out of the public school system, transferring to another district, and homeschooling, but luckily we found a home at NJB. NJB is a gem of a school within our neighborhood and should be promoted as such by SCUSD. Board Member Singh, you said that we should be promoting unique schools, and it is unique with a focus on agricultural science and community partnerships. The principal and staff are dedicated to nurturing their students, building relationships with families, and striving to make NJB the place to be. I serve on the steering committee because of the energy and dedication of this school. And as a dependent charter, over the past 2 years, we have worked collectively and mindfully, prioritizing the needs of the school and students, always keeping in mind our fiscal responsibility. And through diligence, NJB is one of the healthiest charters and should be rewarded for being fiscally responsible. Which brings me to the MOU, and SCUSD did not state that the district would pay for positions at all schools except charters. NJB would currently be $300,000 in the black had the district funded the reading intervention specialist as agreed upon. If the board is not going to require the district to honor the MOU, NJB should not be required to have these positions, and that would only fix a little budget issue, but it would not solve an equity issue regarding the services that NJB student body needs. So with budget issues, we understand that there are discussions of school closures, but honestly, if there's a school closure of NJB, my child would not be attending another SCUSD school. So I really hope that the board district recognizes that the gem that they have with NJB and chooses to invest in these dependent charters. So thank you for your time.
Jessica Martin, Diana Martinez.
Good evening, board members and newly named interim superintendent, Dr. McCarn. I'm Jessica Martin, principal of Sacramento New Technology Early College High School, and I want to start by thanking you, not just for tonight, but for how each of you has shown up for New Tech students over the years. You visited our campus, you've served as panelists on our Defense of Learning, you publicly supported our recruitment efforts, you've seen our classrooms, you've talked with our students, and you've seen firsthand what small, innovative schools can do. So tonight, I'm speaking to you not just as a principal, but as a partner. I'd like to clarify something important. Sac New Tech is not insolvent. We are projected to continue operating. Our challenge is meeting reserve requirements under a cost structure that disproportionately impacts small schools. Those are two very different realities. And that distinction changes how we approach tonight's conversation, because the question isn't whether strong schools exist. You already seen that they do. The real question is whether the system we've built allows those schools to stabilize and grow. At New Tech, students begin taking college courses in 9th grade. They can earn up to 2 years of college credit while still in high school at no cost to families, saving thousands of dollars and accelerating students toward degrees and careers. We are also the only early college high school in this state where every student takes college courses. It's not an option, it's an expectation. And that's intentional. Our goal isn't to force college, it's to guarantee access. Every student deserves the college experience while they still have a strong support system, so they can make informed decisions about their future. This work directly advances equity and access for first-generation students, students of color, and low-income students. Students leave our campus with real college credits, real confidence, and real momentum. Families are choosing this model, and enrollment growth is already part of our strategy. Tonight's presentation names this as an opportunity for leadership. It talks about early action, about limiting trauma, about preserving what we value. So this isn't just a fiscal moment, it's a leadership moment. I also recognize that today brings additional transition for our district, which makes clarity and stability even more important for our students and families. One of also my favorite leaders, Brene Brown, reminds us, effective transformations are led by relational leaders. Real change doesn't happen in spreadsheets alone. It happens through trust, through partnership, and through leaders who stay close to students, families, and classrooms while systems are being rebuilt. That's exactly why version B of the MOU is critical. Version B gives schools time to grow enrollment. It aligns special education and administrative costs more fairly and accurately. And as the slides show, it improves charter solvency without creating a loss to the district. Version B isn't just a financial preference. It's one of the first real structural actions before you tonight. I also want to be clear about the alternative. Under version A, every dependent charter is projected to run out of funds by the end of 2028. That means unavoidable closures, displacement of staff, and a major disruption to students who rely on these programs to thrive. At a time when the district is already facing historic deficit, version A doesn't reduce risk, it multiplies it. Version B creates space for stabilization. Version B doesn't lower expectations. It aligns with reality and gives our communities a clear, non-traumatic path forward. And that alignment is essential because closures don't fix structural problems. If we close schools without changing the framework that created this distress, we recreate the same condition again. We disrupt communities. We lose programs, and we find ourselves right back here. The presentation also reminds us that resources are the difference between hardship and trauma, and that clear, timely decisions allow leaders to allocate those resources. This moment offers something different. It offers a chance to preserve strong schools while correcting the structures that put them at risk. So I strongly encourage you to adopt version B of the MOU and to view tonight's decisions not just through a fiscal lens, but through the lens of long-term system design, one that supports equity and access, one that supports innovation, and one that supports stability for students and families. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your partnership. And thank you for continuing to stand with small schools.
Next speaker, Lanicia Cobelt, for 3 minutes.
Good evening, board. Welcome, Kansi. I stand before you with humility, yet confidence that our school, George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science, not only has the momentum, but our mascot is the Phoenix. And that means that we know that we are going to meet our financial goals and our enrollment goals because we rise up. We're Phoenixes. Carver is the first public Waldorf school in the nation. We are the only public Waldorf high school in Sacramento County and the only small dependent charter that meets the needs of many, many students on the east side and on the outside boundaries of Sac City Unified School District. We are the sister school to Alice Burney Waldorf Inspired and A.M. Wynn Waldorf Inspired K through 8s. We are the safe haven for LGBTQ, for the creatives, and the environmental students. We are the safe havens for students lost in large hallways, eating their lunches in bathrooms, online and at home schools, and students that don't fit into round holes because they're square pegs. That's Carver. Our students are not only students that can go to college and take college classes from 9th through 12th grade, but they are also vocational students. They are the students that are out there doing the work with their bare hands. Our campus is on 15 acres. If you visit our campus, and we invite you to do so, you will see a Shakespeare garden, an above-ground cistern, adobe benches, wooden benches, and planted trees, an orchard and garden, all planted and there by the hands of students. We do it all with very limited resources because our kids love our school and our teachers love the kids. Our accomplishments. In celebration of Black History Month, I must start with the first goal that I was charged with in our charter, and that was to increase the African American and Latina population at George Washington Carver. And we not only increased the enrollment of our Black and brown students, but we, for the first time, received Title I funding, providing our school with $31,000 additional dollars. We modernized the Waldorf education philosophy. We are the first high school to implement the Green Career Pathway and graduate students in that pathway. We have a 100% graduation rate that includes students that were expelled from large comprehensive high schools that were struggling and lost, and students who couldn't find their way online. Our applications have doubled since last year. We started this year with students on a wait list for our ninth graders incoming. We've increased our application pool, and we have already enrolled 50% of our goal. So there is no question that we will be financially solvent by the end of 26, 27. And we want to make sure you understand that we have been working very hard since charter renewal. We received a $250,000 grant for dual enrollment that allows all of our kids to take college courses. We also received a $150,000 grant that is being held up. We're asking SCTA to please let us have our CCAP agreement so that we can have our $150,000 grant that will allow our students to continue to take the college courses like Psych 101 and criminology on our campus. We are also asking that you look at two choices for Carver, and closure is not one, because closure means that our students at all of our schools, but especially for Carver tonight, who have come to us, they've made it very clear as I surveyed them today and yesterday, that they will not roll back into SCUSD, but they will go back online. They'll go back to homeschooling. They'll go back to Cordova and Folsom and El Dorado Hills and Sunrise. And that will be a huge loss, not only to Carver, but to them and to our district. We have 32.3% of special education at our school. And so, optimistically, I will say that yes, we will meet our financial goal. We have many grants in process. We received $20,000 from the Biddy Foundation, and 2 days ago, the Parent Carver Guild awarded us with another $20,000. With the multiple businesses around, our parents are extremely motivated to also make sure that we get more sponsorship at our school site. But for you tonight, I ask that your two choices be either one, keep us open with the optimism that we will meet our goal, or two, keep us open knowing that if we don't meet our goal, which I think is not possible, but if we don't, that you take the $400 million that the dependent charters pay into and you give us a small bit of that back to maintain our school, because we're paying that to the district. And Carver serves 33% of the SPED population at our school. That is a huge amount, and you're getting 3.061 million from the dependent charters for special ed.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, please. Thank you.
So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you.
Thanks.
We have two more speakers for 1 minute each, Elliot Rogozinski and Daria Trukan.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. We are here to speak about our school, George Washington Carver. I'm Reed Wages, and I'm joined by Miles Daniels, Elliot Rogozinski, and everyone else who is here with us. We are all ASB students who deeply care about the well-being of our school. We believe that Carver deserves a chance to prove it can be the best school it can possibly be. As ASB students, we have gone out and facilitated recruitment days at schools around our district to draw more students to our school, and it's worked. We have doubled the enrollment that we've had at this time last year, and every day that number is growing.
Ms. Cobell highlighted this very well, but our school brings in students to this district that would not be here otherwise. It's so late. Carver is one of 3 public high schools, or Waldorf high schools, in the whole country. It's special, and people come to it for a reason. In Sacramento, we have multiple Waldorf schools. We have Alice Burney A.M. Wynn in this district, and then there's 2 Golden Valley campuses in the San Juan district. I'm from Golden Valley, and I came here for that reason. Camellia Waldorf is a private school, and Montessori, we get a lot of Montessori kids because they like that alternate education. These are people who would not come to the district otherwise. You're getting money from me and a lot of other students that you would not be getting otherwise. Carver's at the boundary of SCUSD. We get a lot of people who would otherwise go to Cordova High or somewhere else. Again, money that you would not be getting. So financially, even as a small school, it does make sense and it does help.
The mindset that students would go to a traditional school if our school shuts down is outlandish. Many students transfer to Carver to escape traditional schooling due to feelings of being unsafe and unheard at their school sites. The majority of Carver students would switch to online learning or homeschooling if they were forced out of our schools. That is revenue the district will not regain. Our school is the only small school in our area of the district. All of the other small schools in our district are located in the downtown Sacramento area, and that is at least a 30-minute commute for our students, and that's without traffic. In conclusion, we are asking for an extension to prove that our school is worth your time. We currently have a waitlist for our freshman class, and our enrollment has increased exponentially. What we need is time to show the changes we have made. Before I continue, I want to thank the members of the board for allowing us to speak beyond the meeting time. I want to ask of you to look at our faces. Every member of the board, please look at me and my classmates' faces. These are the students of Carver. We are not just numbers or a budget cut. We are children who have grown into young adults who came here today to attest to keeping our school open. This matters to us, and I hope that it matters to you. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Hi everyone, my name is Daria. I'm going to make this really quick for you guys. I'm here to speak on behalf of the students and the family. I am a graduate of 2024. I was school president. I was part of ASB. I've been here a couple times supporting the school through my whole 4 years. I met Ms. Colbell right when she went into this new profession, when she came into the job, whatever. I met her then. We didn't really have a good relationship, but we built it. And I honestly, Ms. Colbert is an amazing person, and I've seen her work through everything. She's helped me, she's helped my other classmates, she's helped so many people, and I still come back and see her. Literally every month I come back and see her, and I make sure she's doing okay. I make sure my siblings are doing okay. I have two siblings that attend Carver as well. I'm really hoping that you guys do keep this still going. This school has made me feel safe. I have never felt unsafe in the school. I have immigrant parents. I've always felt comforted. Please, it's a great school, honestly, and you've seen the students here come up and speak about it. I've never seen any more students ever come to a board meeting than them. Like, this is amazing. The students, they're just amazing and they're so smart, and I really do hope that you guys keep this going. I wanted to give you guys a better speech, but I'm tired, and you guys see how well all our students are doing, and it's honestly genuinely amazing, and I really do hope you guys give us this extend, and I really do appreciate us. I appreciate you guys for giving us our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Which one is this?
Rosalind, I'm a parent.
I don't see it.
Can I get a mic?
Come on up.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll be quick. I have 3 kids. One of them was here actually last year talking about the Met and how they started out at McClatchy and then went to the Met, and that was the only reason they graduated and are currently in their 2nd semester at Cal Poly Humboldt because of the Met. My son, who goes to Carver, spent his first year at the Met to be with his sibling. I'm not going to throw him under the bus, but that was a roller coaster for everybody. He's at Carver. He makes that commute because we're in East Sac. He goes all the way over there. He used to take the train, but the train's all messed up right now. I have to drive him. He makes that commute because that's the place where he's successful. His GPA is college ready. If you want another metric of another student going to college, going to a university directly after high school, like his older sibling did, you got to keep this school open. These 3 schools, the little ones, none of them are going to be the fit for him. Only Carver is. New Tech, I know that type of learning, that's not for him. I heard those kids last year. It's great for them. I'm happy for them. That's the right place for them. All 3 of these schools need to stay open, and you guys just need to plan for that. You're gonna have to give them money every year. That's what you need to keep us here. My kids leave if you close Carver, my son's gone. These schools have to stay open because they're the right fit for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board discussion. Member Benjamin.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So, what's the enrollment at Carver? And then what are the projections for, they said they got a wait list for freshman class, so where are we at?
I might need Ms. Cobalt to back me here. There are currently, I want to say, 56 applications for ninth grade, 30 are enrolled, and 26 who have applied and are waiting to enroll. Right now, what we would say at Carver is full is a 60-kid freshman class. So that's what we're trying to get to, is 60 students per grade level to get to for sort of full capacity.
So what's the enrollment currently?
Oh, currently, sorry. 150.
It would have been higher, but we had to have a wait list. So we can only take as many as I'm staffed for.
Any others? Was that all your questions, Member Benjamin? Okay. For the time we are, I apologize if this sounds very direct. I'm just gonna be direct. I'm concerned to hear that there are structural realities of budgeting that we need to address, and I definitely want to follow up on how we address those. Both, it sounds like, in our special education funding and the supports from the district. I want more information on that, as well as the impact of bargaining agreements and whatnot. So I don't know if like fair request number 3 about preference, it's less about preference and more about like more information, and it sounds like keep going down the direction you're going, but keep us posted on as you gather that info and the impact of it. It sounds like version B opens up more options and opportunities for folks. And so I'm leaning towards moving that we recommend using the MOU version B and then finding out what other follow-ups and impacts that's going to have.
If I may, President Jane, what I really want to say about that is it's only a 2-year agreement. So it gets us through the end of 27, 28, 2.5-year agreement. And it just gives us planning stability. We can revisit it, we can recalculate, we can do all of those things in 2 years. But that ability to plan, so we're not constantly like, okay, we need to find another grant. Okay, we need to find 10 more students. Like, that's the instability that is causing a lot of challenge right now.
That's great to know. And then lastly, I do not wish to pursue the possible closure, but I also know that we can't keep contributing funds from our unrestricted. And so at this point, I wouldn't want anybody to be left hanging. And so when you say pursue possible, can you speak a little bit more as to what that decision means?
Yeah, so what I would ask for direction to do is several things. So first, I would work with our Human Resources Department so that we would notice those individuals that there is a potential layoff, right? So that we have that option should we make that decision. We have a timeline where that isn't permanent until Consi's, and I've been working with our Human Resources Department on figuring that out. But if we don't do that, which I think happens next week, we're paying for those employees for next year, one way or the other. The next thing I would do is I would work with constituent services and enrollment to make sure we have a plan. In my mind, we're sitting at Carver for a week talking to every family, figuring out what is the right fit for them, helping them navigate what is the right opportunity for them, trying to work within our open enrollment window, trying to look at where we can give preference to those families. Putting all that in place and coming back to you all, say, mid-April, and say, okay, we're ready one way or the other. I need you to make a final decision. And by then, we would know where we are on the grants, where we are on
Right,
the
if the grants have been funded and the money's coming in and the enrollment's happening, and we get to not make the hard decision, we get to make the exciting decision.
Right, but we're ready either way.
Yeah.
Whereas in April,
That's
honestly,
important.
we're not ready in April.
Yeah, it's important that we be ready either way. So you're saying that a yes vote on Fair Request 1 is get us ready so that we can handle whichever direction it goes.
Correct.
And a yes on Fair Request 2 would be a recommendation to do version B. And then you've heard my thoughts on Fair Request 3 of, I like a lot of what you're saying here. Sounds like you're bringing some great questions about our systemic choices and how do we rediscuss those to ensure that we're better supporting these schools.
Yes.
All right. It looks like some people have popped in the queue. Member Kayada.
So I have a couple comments, but I just want to start by saying I agree with everything President Jean just said by way of what it sounds like your motion would be. And for the reasons that you shared, I think it's incumbent on us to provide clarity to the community that this could be an option because this board is not in a position to be bailing out this school. When we gave a bailout to some of our charter schools last year, our dependent charters, it was pretty clear direction from this board that this is the last time. This is not how we need to operate. I want to also be clear, though, and this is more speaking to why I want MOU version B, is that we need to protect and uplift our dependent charters because this is a concept created right here in Sac City Unified for the whole state, where you can be different without leaving our system. And that comes with some strings, and we have to acknowledge that it's a little more difficult. I would rather have schools want to come in and stay part of us, even with those strings, rather than pursue the independent charter route. And so I think that we do need to have a little grace in that and recognize the challenges that come with being able to quickly respond to labor agreements, for example, that don't really prioritize the needs of these schools. They are caught up in it. And so they need a little flexibility around some of our requirements being part of a large district while being a small school. And finally, I will just say, you know, in supporting that we, for Fair Request 1, look towards the possible closure, I am hoping that this is a call to rally around the school. I don't want to close the school, but I just don't want to be in a position where we found out ourselves very well. If you don't notice people on time, you really have no options, and that's just not a situation we need to be in. So I think I've captured it. Thanks.
Member Ibarra?
I'm in alignment with both comments from Board President Jean and Vice President Kayada. This comment is more for us as a board, I'd love to include you in the conversation. But my mind is still trying to comprehend why we are pushing a cost of something that we are, maybe I need to back up here. So these positions that were required because of, it sounded like the bargaining agreement that we have with SETA, right? Outside of that, it includes the MTSS work, correct? That's part of the MTSS plan? I
think it's reading specialists and MTSS, yes.
Okay. It's primarily the reading intervention.
Right, okay. So with that in mind, when I hear that we're pushing the cost onto a school, a dependent charter, what I'm hearing is that we are forcing them to make a decision between student support services that they're already not a lot of wiggle room for, or what we told them that they are mandated to do. And that's not equitable, in my opinion. And I want to pause for a moment because those decisions don't only impact our dependent charters, but it also has an impact on our school sites. When we make a decision, the district, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding from that side of the dais is that when a change is made where the finance is going to eventually be the cost of the school, the district will only cover some of the costs because it's like it fell into this year, so we're going to pick it up this year, but then moving forward, that's all y'all, right? And so with that in mind, we have to also think about the directives we're giving, the trickle effect, and how that reflects the equity we keep talking about when we're talking about serving students and their needs. And it's late, so I don't want to keep rambling, but I think the message of what I'm trying to say is clear.
All right. Do we need an official motion, or is the direction that I've said that I believe has been supported enough? Are we taking action?
This is the option of an action item. We're in uncharted waters. I have to say, I wouldn't mind an official motion, just so
Okay.
that we're clear.
Okay, sounds good. So I will move on Fair Request 1 that it's a yes because we want to be ready. And Fair Request 2, it is a yes with a preference for version B.
That's all I need.
And for Fair Request 3, you've gotten some additional direction.
Yes, thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Passed.
Aye.
Thank you all.
And I just want to say you all are amazing for coming, teachers and students and educators and staff. Thank you for being here to advocate for the special spaces you create for our kiddos. And for being here at 12:13 at night. We really appreciate you hanging in there. Thank you, thank you. All right. We have,
It's officially Friday, y'all.
it is officially Friday.
TGIF.
All right, we have postponed 11.4. We have the 12.1 second reading. Can that be postponed, Aaron? Yes, okay. We do need to officially move 12.2 first reading. So Member Singh, you're up.
All right. Is there a slide?
I don't think so.
Oh.
No, you just present.
All right, cool, perfect. I mean, I probably will. I'm going to be honest with everyone. It is late, and I will jump really quickly into this. I'm hoping it's a quick discussion. So you all have a copy somewhere in here of Board Policy 1445. This district took very strict and strong action just last year, just over a year ago, around our safe haven policies and our response to immigration enforcement at our school sites. In response to those immigration enforcement calls from the federal government, we came up with a brand new plan that was to, in effect, limit immigration enforcement at our school sites, including building out policies and ideas on how to ensure that our students remain safe, to ensure that without a valid warrant, ICE officials and other folks would not be able to enter onto campuses. And what resulted from that is, just giving ourselves the pat on the back, I guess, is that we took action before many other folks did, and it did result in the state taking action. So through assembly bills and other folks who did take action, the state did create additional requirements in response to immigration enforcement. My long story short, because it's really late, is that we already took the steps to have a very strong policy in response to immigration enforcement on our campuses. What you will see in brand new Board Policy 1445 is legal requirements and additions that we are required to add after that law was passed. The biggest thing that I would ask us to think about is please do take the time to read through this. I ask the community to read about it too. This is the first reading. We just would like to make sure we get everyone's feedback. There are opportunities in here to possibly even further strengthen the language and ensure that the safeguards are in place, looking at every single possibility of what could happen if immigration enforcement was to come to our campuses, on what actions and steps we would be taking. This board policy would also result in an AR, which would actually provide clarity to our staff on how to proceed if ICE enforcement agents were to show up to our school campuses. So that is my off to whatever I'm reading in my head. 1445. I didn't even open the page. I know what we're talking about. So that's where I'm at. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Terrence Gladney.
Oh, you asked.
This policy, I referred to it earlier. Again, we need to be, to your point, we need to strengthen and be intentional about what's actually happening. It's not all immigrants that are being targeted, it's Black and brown immigrants and citizens. And we know that what's happening right now is rooted in police brutality and targeting and racial profiling that has existed for the extension or the extent of this country. So if we were intentional about creating safeguards prior, not only in the school district, obviously, but as a nation and as a system of citizens in this country, it is possible that we would have prevented current outcomes and experiences that people are experiencing. So if we're going to think again more holistically, this is an opportunity to model this as well for the rest of the system. We have previously, done away with our SROs and now have the Safe Schools program that's greatly run by Mr. Lozado. It's an opportunity to do both this and honor the other spaces that exist, because when ICE is not sort of the talk of the day or the hour, how are we going to make sure that the processes are in place that our students still have the protections that they need as students in our district? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully, good night soon.
Good morning, you mean.
Board member discussion, Ms. Kayada.
Just want to be really quick, also to provide some context out of the policy subcommittee that the three of us are on. So I just want people to understand that this is here, not because we're making significant changes. We're definitely not watering anything down. This is here, I would almost say, is procedural, because there's a state law that requires districts that don't have a policy to get one. And we got caught up in that, even though our policy is dramatically stronger than every other district in the state. So all we did was add a couple items that the state attorney general essentially required that we add, and the state law required that we add. But our entire policy is here. I would say the only changes that we made was removing reference to SROs, because that no longer applies to us. But definitely, if people want to take a look, we are not trying to rush this through. We're trying to comply with a statutory deadline. But if there's something we should be addressing at this point, please let us know. And please give it a fine reading to make sure we did not improperly incorporate any of the additional changes such that our policy doesn't make sense in any way.
Yes, and thank you for emphasizing that this is a first read this month, this meeting, and a second read next meeting, so we can have it approved by March 1st, which is the deadline. All right, we'll move on to 13.1. No, we don't vote, it's first reading.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. My plan is to make this the most efficient presentation of the evening. So we are here to appoint 7-Eleven community members for McClaskey Adult School. We all are familiar with this slide. Background, we talked about this in October. There I am. There's Chris. He's sitting in the same seat. And I want to draw some parallels to this site, and potentially if we don't act, it's going to be vacant and sitting there, and potentially for 12 years with an 8-foot fence around it, similar to the old Marshall property that we had a lot of frustrated, angry community members about, and we spent a lot of money on. Lastly, we just went through the 7-Eleven community process. It was announced we sold our first property. We've done this before. Please trust us. We know what we're doing. And here is some legal jargon if you want. It's been shared before. Check it out. Anyway, we have 7 types of memberships for the committee that are required. There are the members. There is the ethnic makeup. There's the business community. There's the appointed neighbors by association, neighborhood association. There's the teacher and administrator. There's a current parent. There is land use experts, one of them being a appointee from the county. And I ask that you please approve these memberships.
I almost hate to ask, but do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, board discussion.
I just have one question.
Member Singh.
I just want to say thank you, and I also want to say it out loud because I've received a ton of emails about this. Very familiar with the site, and I am in the area. I will just say that to the community that is going to, I'm responding to the emails, which is thank you for your input. And I see some of you are on the 7-Eleven committee, so that is the most appropriate place for you to make your thoughts and ideas heard. And we look forward to the collective decision of the community on how to move forward and make best use of this site for everyone. So thank you.
Member Ibada?
He said what I was going to say about the emails and stuff. So.
Beautiful. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Well, second.
All right, roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Passes.
Congratulations.
Unanimous. What a great way to start the day. Thank you.
All right, 14.1, we got information. 15.0, we have 2 meetings coming, February 19th, March 5th. We'll start here at 4:45. Thank you all for making it to the end.
We made it.